still roboty for you, Hess?
No, now you sound fine.
Okay, good.
Oop.
Okay.
Wait.
So anyway, roll a religion check with advantage, Nethrali.
Wait, what?
Religion check with advantage.
I was like, the fuck is it? Okay, hold on. Where
Because there was a thing I forgot to have you
religion?
do last session.
How do I roll it with advantage?
You roll twice and take the higher number.
Or I could just do that. Click it on my character sheet and take the 21.
Okay, so you got a 21.
I sure did.
Nice. Okay, so Talitha got a 17. Is that right?
Yep.
All right. So and Innsville got a 15. So
Oh, I was just rolling for wombats forever ago.
well, in that case, Tally and Inns would be vaguely aware of like just sort of what I'm about to explain, but Nethrali, you would definitely know that necromancy, the way necromancy works in this world, reanimated corpses and stuff, they don't have a soul in them. They are simply just magically animate objects, but the object happens to be a dead body.
Yeah.
So when you burned the body of that direwolf and you sort of felt the soul leave it, and you saw the shadow of death like show up and nod at you and everything, you actually felt its soul leave it. That's not how necromancy works.
Alright, so this is worse than necromancy.
Yeah, because necromancy in this world, you just kind of animate an object that happens to be a body. It's basically a construct. But it had a soul in it. So yeah, that's something that I forgot to have you roll about and see if you noticed. But yeah. So this is some hinky shit going on.
Uh-oh. We in it now, boys.
So anyway, I wanted to have all of you sort of recap the last session so I can see what you remember and what stuck out to you.
Oh my.
I spent most of the
This is
last
right.
session half
Also,
AFK, so
Crystal, are you recording?
I sure am.
All right, cool.
yeah. So I spent half of the last session AFK, so I'm gonna skip the whole recount because I missed a lot.
So I remember that we woke up in Death's realm. We escaped Death's realm. We brought two people with us. One is a guy who was a douche until he got Nethrali, and now he is no longer. He's reevaluating his whole fucking
Until
life.
he got Nethrali.
And then we have this poor woman who has been hustled by some dude with an artifact.
She was an artificer. He's a paladin.
With
the guy.
oath of
We don't.
devotion.
Right. Well, she was an artificer. There's something going down in her lab. We have traveled through the night to get to this fucking lab, but we got to stop by a costume shop first because Zildath has a fucking tail and he's pretty fucking like obvious, and so is our friendly bard, so we can like disguise ourselves as we go through this town in case the people who still murdered us are in the fucking town, and we got into combat and we lived, and Bander talks to wolves. And that's what I got.
And I promised to buy Tokyo a green scarf, and thanks for giving me food.
True. Yeah, so Nethrali charmed the pants off of our resident paladin, Devlin Rake, and made him realize that he's kind of a fool.
Yeah.
Because he decided that he was going to take on a bear by his damn self, and he's
Which
too fucking
ironically-
stupid. He's
And
too
all of-
fucking stupid to know how to do that.
And all of us vaguely mentioned how we died and all that dumb stuff.
Nathrali died from being keel-hauled by humans. Talithay died
At a wedding.
because, at a wedding because somebody murdered her ass.
Cut her throat.
Yeah. Let's see. I don't remember how Tokia died. Zildeth died in Tekrin, but I forgot to write down, or in Ekrin, not Tekrin. Ekrin.
Ekrin, yep.
Yeah. Zildeth died in Ekrin, but I did not write down how. Leona died in Ekrin because somebody brought an artifact to her lab. She is an artificer, so technically she could have researched and figured out what kind of item it was, but the motherfucker that brought it to her murdered her ass.
She doesn't actually remember how it happened. She said that last she remembered someone had brought it. She was beginning to study it, and then
She
it's all
fucking
kind of fuzzy. And somehow she died, and she doesn't know how.
Leona drew the artifact for us.
Yes.
Zildeth knows it's bad, but has no idea what the artifact is. Talithay does not fucking know what the artifact is because she rolled shit. Nathrali knows the symbols look similar to stuff related to death and undeath and related to the gods. Not its normal form. It is warped and damaged. And that's pretty much everything I wrote down and everything I remember, except for Nathrali kissing Devlin on the cheek and basically telling him that he's a dumbass.
Yeah.
That's pretty accurate. Tokia didn't tell anybody how she died.
That's true. She did not tell anybody how she died. And Zildeth and Nathrali both questioned her repeatedly about it. And she was just like, nah, fuck you. I don't know how I died. Kiss my ass.
It's like I was alive and then I wasn't.
Yeah. And now we're on the way to the town to head to a costume shop on the way to Leona's lab, because Zildeth has a motherfucking tail and Dragonborn don't typically have a fucking tail.
Yep. All right.
Beautiful
So-
skill, maybe.
He's still
If we
blushing.
had a mage,
His sword is also still glowing. I feel like that needs to be said.
Okay.
Or excuse me, his hammer, his war hammer is still glowing.
like if we had a mage or something, we could just transform him into a fucking wolf, and then nobody would give a shit about his tail, or a dog, I should say. You know, something with a tail that nobody would notice. Maybe a horse, maybe a centaur.
There you go. You could turn him into a centaur.
Yeah. So as you're you're traveling through the night, it's really dark, and you've just defeated that direwolf thing. The forest kind of thins out, and it mostly becomes plains and hills on the way as you get closer to Ekrin. And as it's just about daybreak. The sun is just coming up over the horizon. And Bandra, can you roll a nature check? Actually, I'll say. Well, no, you'd be the only one to know. So yeah, roll a nature check.
What am I rolling? A D20, a D10?
D20.
Okay. Come on, D20.
19. Nice. So,
Almost a nat 20.
Yeah.
So- you definitely notice that all of the nature, like all of the trees, the grass, the ground, everything, all the nature here in this area is much younger than it appears. Like the trees are, big and tall and look like they've been here for a while. They've only been around for like the past couple dozen years, maybe. Like they're young trees, but they look fully grown.
Nathrali is gonna pull Devlin closer to her because she doesn't trust him to not act stupid. And she's still holding his hand. So she's gonna pull him. She's gonna make sure that he is right beside her, despite the fact that he is much taller and much stronger than her. She is going to take his hand because she's already holding his hand. Obviously, she never let go of his hand. She's just gonna pull him closer to her.
There is something really, really wrong here.
You don't get the sense that it's wrong. You get the sense that it's unusual. Everything appears older than it is.
Well, she's a druid, so that is definitely wrong.
Oh yeah, it's definitely not the way it's supposed to. You don't sense any sort of corruption or anything. It's not like malicious wrongness. It's just this is not normal.
Not right.
This is weird.
Yeah. So, Tokyo's gonna walk over to like a tree and kind of pull off a branch, pick up some grass and kind of smell it and chew it a little bit, and do all the weird druid things that she likes to do that freaks people out. She
Nice.
whistles at a bird out of the tree and kind of chirps at it, and and she looks at you guys and she's like, "This is a lot younger than it looks."
So Zildath has been walking along. He's got his warhammer over his shoulder. It's still glowing because he's still got the magic right on it, because you never know. And he looks at her and he goes, "I don't understand. What do you mean by younger?"
How old does this tree look to you?
He's going to look over at the tree, kind of shrug his shoulders and say, "As old as a tree should look." Typing.
It's kind of
Shit, sorry.
it's kind of a large tree. It looks like it's probably like maybe a couple hundred years old, and Tokyo, you can tell it's like 20 years old.
Yeah. This tree looks like it's old. Go ahead.
I would say that tree's been there for a long time.
This tree hasn't even reached its 50th year. This is a very young tree. There is no way this tree should look this old. Something is wrong. Not in a bad way, but something is off with the nature here. And she just kind of looks over her shoulders and sniffs a bit and pats the tree.
So would anyone, like, from your backstory or anything, have been from around this area or be familiar?
Do we have a map?
I mean, like, would anyone be familiar with like the history of the city or anything
From my
like
area?
that?
No.
Of
This is
this
totally
area.
new to Raleigh.
Probably not the
Tokyo?
history of the city. I mean, it depends on how often he would have had to come here to kill undead things.
I think Tatha would probably be from another city. Like, I left it vague in my backstory, but she was on the run for a while, so it's probably different for her.
Yeah, I left it vague for Raleigh as well, but I feel like this isn't a city she's familiar with. That's why she was on the boat.
Yeah. Yeah, I figured no one would really be super familiar with it.
Tokyo has heard stories of cities, considering she was raised by a feral druid and a pack of wolves. But like in the few instances where her mentor was in human shape when she was younger, he would tell her stories. So she may have heard like a story of this place, from a druid's point of view, which does not center really on the city. So
In that case, Bander, roll a history check. Just straight roll, not advantage.
D20?
Yeah, just D20 plus whatever your history.
Come on, don't fuck this up.
Jesus Christ!
Another 19. Nice.
Damn, Bander.
Okay, so you remember stories of in the past, like over the year, a few times over the past 100 years or so, druids have been hired and brought here for some reason, some sort of big thing. You're not sure what, but you've heard stories of like this place, just a bunch of druids being brought in for something.
What's the name of the city again?
Ekrin, Ecrin.
I remember hearing stories of Ekrin when I was younger. We would sit around the fire and my master would tell us stories of druids congregating on this place, of his circle, which is impressive enough because most druids don't congregate. So the fact that there was more than 3 druids in a place is a cause for taking a moment. And these trees are way older than they should be. But why would the druids come here to help these trees grow? I don't understand.
At that, Nathrali is going to feel a cold chill go up her spine, almost like someone walked over her grave. And she's going to move a little faster towards the town and say, we should head to the costume shop.
Talthay has been walking behind Nathrali and Devlin, just kind of in her own little world, walking along.
Zildath will have a very studious look on his face, listening, and now he's looking at the trees, and he's keeping pace with everyone else. But he'll look at our resident druid expert, and he'll say to her, "What do you think might have caused this?"
Oh, it's. She looks at him and raises an eyebrow. She's like, "It's definitely druids. You don't get this kind of growth without horrifying aberrations, unless it's a druid encouraging the growth." The question is,
can I do an Arcana check to see if Nathrali can figure out why the druids would be helping the trees to grow?
So the druids make everything younger?
I don't know if that would be Arcana. I'd say maybe you could all do a nature check.
Okay.
Anyone who wants to kind of look around and try to figure, I'd say Bander, you'll get advantage.
okay, so I roll 2. Come
Yeah, you roll twice,
on.
take the higher.
Don't make me look dumb. God damn it. All right, fine, whatever.
16 should pass, though, Banter.
That's mine.
Because you get the... Oh.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah, I rolled 2d20.
Bander got a 2 and a 4.
Never mind then.
Which,
To
even
make up
with,
for all
I'm
those
assuming you have
19s.
a modifier. But... So, none of you really have a good idea of why they might have done this. The ground seems, I don't know, a little bit weird, but it's nature. It's grass and trees. It's you can't quite put your finger on it.
Most people don't pay attention to it.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
So
Because of Nathrali's backstory, can I do a history check and see if maybe she knows why they would have done this? Because she was raised by a bard.
Yeah, actually, go ahead and do a.
Fuck! No! God damn it.
If you'd had advantage, that would have been awesome.
I don't have advantage on history, only Arcana, Persuasion, Sleight of Hand, and Stealth. Damn it.
Yeah. So
She
I mean,
absolutely doesn't know.
you've definitely heard tales of Ekrin before. You just nothing that would really explain this situation. And Leona kind of chimes in and says, "I'm relatively new here. I don't really know much about the city. And Devlin kind of lost his own thoughts, if he has them. But it just kind of looks over. It's just like I don't know.
They're trees.
They're fucking trees.
I've only been in the city for maybe a week, so I don't know anything about this place.
Mithrale's tail is going to start thrashing back and forth like an agitated cat's would. She's really nervous and has no idea what's going on, and it very much unsettles her.
Zildeth
So
has
is
the
anyone else
most-
hearing robot voices, or is it
Nope.
just me?
Just you.
Okay.
No?
Let me try hopping out and back in. See if
Okay.
that fixes Discord.
While he does that, I'm going to pour myself some grub.
Are we still robots? Are we
So
robots?
far, so good.
Yay!
So while Zildeth has the most inquisitive look on his face, like this is a puzzle and he really wants to solve it. So he's going to kneel down and he's going to get a handful of dirt and he's going to look at Takia and he's going to say to her, I've got a pouch in my bag. Will you put this dirt in there?
I thought for sure he was going to fucking lick it. And
If he
wasn't
had
just me then.
anything
It's
that
all
would
about
like let him
continue.
to do something, he totally would have licked the dirt.
I thought he was going to lick it too. Not
like-
alone.
He's like, I can't let go of my warhammer, so if you could assist, that would be wonderful.
So she grabs his pouch and
It's funnier.
God damn it. We're not even 15 minutes in.
They keep their dick in a pouch for anyone listening.
I mean, so she grabs his pouch and she holds it open for him. And she's like, yeah, you don't want to lick that, by the way. Just trust me.
He's gonna give her the most strange look, and he's gonna. Why would I lick it?
No reason. Just there's lots of cows that walk this trail. I'll just leave it at that.
I would not lick it.
She touched his pouch. Why does it matter?
He looks so confused now. But he's gonna put the dirt in the pouch and he's just gonna nod his thanks and continue on.
She's like, oh, and to answer your earlier question, they didn't make the trees younger. They made the young trees look older.
Oh, the trees are definitely older. It's just you can tell that, like, physically they are the age they appear to be. They don't just look older. They've been
Aged.
like, yeah, they've been aged more than natural. Like they've been, and you know that druids can do that. Like druids can accelerate growth. They've been accelerated their growth.
Yeah, like a whole druid folktale thing that does actually happen.
Yeah.
This is making my nose burn. She rubs her like scepter ring.
I have chocolate and booze. I don't give a fuck. Keisha.
Nice.
Excellent.
So you guys make it the rest of the way to Ekron by about sunrise. You know, easily. There's no other trouble along the way or anything. And when you reach the city, the guards don't really seem to care. They check you out as you're coming, like, you know, they look you over and, you know, make sure you're not like carrying some really bad thing or something, you know, just like the basics.
As they're walking through the gates, Taiche will, or god damn it. For anybody confused about that, that's my character on Thursdays. Nethrali will move a little bit closer to Devlin and essentially pull his arm around her and wrap her tail around his waist. So they look at her less because she is with a paladin. So why would she be trouble as a tiefling?
As Tauthe walks past, she, not quite noticeable, but she low-key gives the guard a side eye while she's walking.
As you're passing by, the guards, like, they notice the paladin with you, and they're just kind of like, at that point they're like, oh, okay, the paladin with them, yeah, they're fine, and they don't really give you much more scrutiny. They, like, one of them seems to notice Zildath's tail and kind of gives you a side eye, but then you see this look on his face. If he doesn't give a shit, it's almost his break. He's fuck off, go on. And
Break time.
Leona notices something. She reaches over and sort of taps Devlin's shoulder and says, "You might want to hide or remove that red piece of cloak on you. In fact, anyone wearing any kind of red or yellow, you might want to kind of hide it. Blue is fine, but any kind of red or yellow."
Gang
Nethrali's
territory,
in
y'all.
mostly green, so she's fine.
Yeah, green is fine.
Yeah, she's in mostly green and black, so she's fine.
Tokia is wearing leather and hide. Nothing is red.
Tauthe is wearing like a dark blue and kind of a lightish purple.
Yeah, he's good on colors, but he's finally now going to let go of his weapon. So for a moment, so it stops obviously glowing, and he's just going to put it on his back in the typical holster.
All right. So Devlin kind of detaches the red bit of cloth and tucks it away in a bag, and you can definitely see as you're walking into the city, you occasionally see like a banner or something with blue on it, and you see most of the people in the area are wearing some sort of bluish color or like a neutral brown color, but if they're wearing any kind of color, it's bluish. And you definitely don't see any signs of red or yellow being worn in this area.
Do we know why?
Would everyone want to roll a history check?
Damn.
Whoo!
They've got natural 20.
So, let's see. So is that your roll?
That's your final
Yeah.
answer.
All right. So, Zildath got a full briefing on this. He knows exactly. For lack of a better description, Ekron is 3 cities in a trench coat pretending to be one. And they each have their own colors, blue, red, and yellow. And you definitely don't want to get caught in the wrong part of the city wearing the wrong color.
Game time.
Yeah, it's you might not, like, you probably won't necessarily be like murdered or something for it, but it's not the greatest idea, especially to walk through like dark alleyways with the wrong color. And you're firmly within Blue Town. So
Awesome.
and also with that D20, you'd know that this city is ruled by the 3 Camel Kings, who each rule, one of the individual parts. So
This is awesome.
it's basically 3 cities in one.
So Zildath, before they walked in, would have like looked over his companions to make sure that everybody was wearing the right gang colors for this part of town that they're walking into, and then
Yeah.
he'll look over at our resident artificer, and he will ask her, "What part of town is your workshop?"
This same part, the the area of, I forget the names. She says whatever the name of this,
The blue
the
squad.
king that, yeah, I forget that. I'll look him up later. But yeah, it's in this area.
Is the cloak shop
So
as well?
Yes, it's along the way.
Excellent. If we venture into other parts of the town and he'll look over at all his companions, we must ensure that we are wearing the right colors. And that's all he'll say about it.
Or at least not wearing the wrong colors.
And
And you do see people. You see a lot of people around. Most people are wearing like gray or brown, just very basic, simple colors. And not everyone's wearing blue, but you notice that no one's wearing red or yellow.
Got it.
So
Talthay kind of looks around and she just says, "Well, it looks like I dressed appropriately before I died."
Zildath will nod very seriously and say to her, "Yes, you did." It would have been difficult to maneuver this through this town if you were wearing red right now. And he'll just keep walking.
yeah. So you make it fairly easily to the clothing shop. You take a couple of little shortcuts. Once Leon sees that you're not wearing red or yellow, she takes you down a couple back alleys, kind of keep you out of eyesight so that no one notices the tail or like any of your faces or anything. Kind of take a circuitous route to the clothes shop, and you arrive there, and you look up and you see above the door a sign that says "Whittle's Wonderful Wares."
Nethrali is going to release Devlin's hand, and she's going to reach up, and she is going to unhook Devlin's cloak.
Oh, he
Even
already
though
removed.
Oh, did he? Okay, well,
Yeah.
never mind then.
Yeah, but he removed it as you're entering the city because you don't want to wear red in this part of the
Well,
city.
yeah, that's why she was. I was muted. I've been trying to remove it since we were talking to the guards.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I didn't realize I was muted.
Okay. So, yeah, so you're standing in front of Whittle's Wonderful Wares. You want to go in?
Yes,
3 towns.
absolutely.
Talthay is the first one to walk in.
Okay. So, Talitha goes in, followed by everyone else, I'm assuming?
Nethrali will for sure be right behind Talitha, and she will be taking Devlin with her, whether he wants to go or not.
Talthay has decided she's going to sit outside the door and just kind of look, quote unquote, casual as she leans against the wall. Nothing to see here.
All right.
When Talthay walks in, the first thing she does is take in a great big sigh and just says, "I love the smell of fabric so much."
I don't remember if I described the way that Nethrali was dressed last time. Did I?
I don't think you did.
Okay, so she's got like what is essentially like it almost looks like a tattered skirt, essentially. It's literally just there's a front piece of cloth and a triangle and a back piece of cloth and a triangle with a hole for her tail to fit through. So it's literally slit all the way up to her waist, essentially. And she's basically wearing a bikini top, similar to the picture that I like posted for you guys in Hessa's channel. So she's really not wearing a whole lot. And she's probably gonna at least look for like a coat or some gloves, something to cover her hands. Because reasons that I forgot to write in the backstory so far, because I'm not done with it.
So Zildath will give a slightly amused look over at the resident bard, and he will simply go about looking for a cloak that is large enough just to cover him up.
So,
Or at least his tail.
Just the tail.
so as you walk in, you see a nice old halfling woman sitting in a rocking chair with a bunch of yarn and knitting needles, just
Hey.
knitting away at a scarf. And I'm posting the image. She looks up and sees you walk in. Oh, welcome. Come on in, dearies. What can I help you with? I'm Yanni Whittle of Whittle's Wonderful Wares. Would you like any clothes or... and then she sees Leona walk in at the back of the group. Leona! It's wonderful to see you. I was worried you hadn't been by in a few days. Let me guess, you got caught up in another one of your projects and haven't left your workshop in days? Leon just kind of gives a pained smile and says something like that.
Oh my god. Yes.
I posted the picture
I saw.
so Inns knows what's going on. I picked up this trick from an old GM of mine. I use pictures of celebrities to give an idea of the NPCs. So
Oh, that's brilliant.
Yanni Whittle looks something like Judi Dench.
Oh my god, I love her.
I love her.
I love her.
She's the best.
Just
I
this-
want to meet her so bad.
Me too, Pixel.
Yeah.
Me too. Oh my god, she's one of my idols. I love her so much.
Her and Maggie Smith. Oh my god, I
Helen Mirren, her and Helen Mirren, and I would fucking die happy. I love them both so much. Okay, so
Sorry.
yeah, sorry. I'm so sorry. I love her.
I may not be giggling quietly at the fangirl that just exploded.
I can't help it. She's so good. Okay, seriously, her, Helen Mirren, and Betty White, I would fucking explode. They're on my bucket list of people to meet. I love them, all three. They're amazing women. Okay, so Nathrali is a little intimidated by Yanni, and she's gonna like very demurely step back a pace from Devlin and almost hide behind him
So,
because she's nervous.
I would think Talthe notices you step back, and she looks at you and then goes to like just gently put her hand on your shoulder and say, "We need to get you a cloak that is perfect for your complexion. It'll be fun, and you can't mistake the becoming quality of a good cloak." So she gives you a big smile and motions for you to follow her so that you can look around.
Nathrali is okay. So for anybody that wasn't here for this, Nathrali's skin is like very pale, like moon complexion kind of pale. She is super white for a tiefling. And she is like, so anytime she blushes or is nervous or anything like that, it shows very easily. And she is just going to turn bright red, and she's not going to say anything, but she is going to like move a little bit more behind Devlin, despite the fact that she is still holding his hand. And she's gonna look down at the ground, and she's gonna say to Talathe, I don't think they have cloaks for my complexion. And she's not gonna say anything else.
So Tally just says, "Oh, that's nonsense. I'll find you something. Trust me." So Tally goes wandering off to the rags and starts looking through all the different clothes.
So you see a really good selection of clothes. It's just different styles, different kinds, different everything. And sitting next to that, you actually see a hat rack, and you notice on the hat rack, strangely enough, this hat rack, you see a huge variety of hats for different races. Like there are hats that obviously have like holes cut or like the sides sewn up in a way that it's meant for tieflings to be able to wear with their horns sticking out, or for elves to wear comfortably with the long ears, or even for dragonborn to wear comfortably. There are some that are shaped for different heads of different races. And the same with the cloaks. The cloaks, you see some like of all different sizes and shapes and styles that just obviously it's very much made for anyone. And there's a sign very prominently at the front of the store, or at the back of the store, above the counter, that says if you'd like a style or color or something that isn't in stock, just ask. She can make it.
So Zildath, for a quick moment, took a particular interest in the exchange between our resident artificer and the very awesome fangirl-worthy lady behind the counter. And then he goes about, finds the most like boring hat he could possibly find, like the most obscure, like just fit right in, and he kind of just like
character looking for a boring hat. Just please.
like the most.
He needs a fedora, please.
Oh no, it's like ugly. It's like, I mean, he's pulled it off the rack and he's like pulling at it a little bit to test how like sturdy it is, and he kind of like and he's like got the rim, and he's moving the rim back and forth. He's trying not to break it, but he just wants to make sure that it's like worthy. And then he like puts it on his head to make sure it fits, and he kind of just nods. He doesn't even look in the mirror. He just makes sure that it fits. And then it's the same thing with the cloak. It's like he just kind of runs his hand over the fabric and does that kind of like test just to make sure that it's not going to easily rip. And then he just puts it on. He looks down at the ground to make sure that his tail is good. And then he just stands there. He's waiting.
So while you're doing that, Yanni says, "Oh, how rude of me. Would you like some tea?" And Leanna kind of nods and smiles, and she runs off and says, "Well, I'll get you all some tea," and runs off to the back room, leaving you all just in there to look at all the stuff.
Nathrali is very timidly from behind Devlin going to say, "Does anyone see any gloves?"
You say gloves?
Yes.
There is a section of gloves, and there are gloves and slippers and just all sorts of accessories.
Zildath will point over to the section of gloves. He will say, "Do you wish me to fetch you a sturdy pair?"
Nathrali will shake her head no at Zildath, and she will finally release Devlin's hand, and she'll very quietly walk over to the gloves.
I should mention, this whole time, Devlin just has the look of a husband who's been dragged to a clothing store.
Yes. Nathrali, before she goes over and looks at the gloves, will turn to him and say, "You may need a cloak, at least to hide your armor. Just pick one that isn't too colorful." And she'll go over and she'll start looking at the gloves to try and find a pair that will at least go up to her elbow, that are possibly fingerless, so she doesn't destroy them in case she has to use a sorceress spell.
You absolutely find something like you find several pairs that obviously this stuff isn't made just to look nice. I mean, it looks nice, but it's made obviously to be sturdy and functional. You can tell it's well crafted, and even with casting spells and being in combat, it's gonna hold up.
It's
And
basically pretty things that are meant to be used.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it's made to be functional, and then it's made to be pretty on top of the functional. So
Nathrali is going to find a pair that are a dark emerald green that have black scroll work on them that are fingerless, and she is going to pick them up, and she's going to go stand at the counter and wait for Yanni to come back.
Is there a section of town where you don't wear green?
the red, blue, and yellow are the main.
Okay, cool. Then
Colors.
Zildak will say nothing, and he will continue to stand there and wait for everyone else.
Yeah. Green should be fairly fine. I mean,
Green best color.
green should be fine because it's not strictly red or yellow or anything or blue. So yeah, it'll be fine pretty much anywhere.
Green best color.
Talthe has already chosen the cloak that she wants, but she's actually holding two. It's just she has hers draped over the mystery one. Like she wants it to be a surprise. And right now she's already going through the different scarves for Tolkia.
So as you look at the scarves in particular, you'd notice. So correct me if I'm wrong, but your backstory, like your character likes scarves, right?
Oh yeah, she likes scarves and cloaks.
Okay, so you notice as you're looking at these scarves obviously had a lot of love and care put into them. Everything in the store is very well crafted, but the scarves in particular, you notice, like specifically the scarves, not even the cloak. Like the cloaks they're well made, they're good products, but the scarves, you can see the love in the stitch work of these scarves. And they're all gorgeous scarves. They have some are very simple, some are very intricate. They're all gorgeous.
Are there any amulets or bracelets or bracers in the store?
Not really, no. It's pretty much anything cloth or clothing.
Like leather and clothing, things like that. Leather and
Not
cloth.
even leather. Well, there's a little bit of leather some places, but like there's no like leather armor or anything. There's some of the clothing has a little bit of leather in it, but it's very much she's very much a clothier. Like it's not even made sure. Like there is a section, like there's a small display case with like maybe half a dozen items all labeled for anywhere from 50 to like 300 gold that have like labels under them, and you can tell that they're like magic items. Like there's a pair of like magic gloves of some sort or magic.
How much are the magic gloves?
I would have to look at what gloves they are. At minimum, they're 50 gold. Like 50 gold is the cheapest
That
item.
doesn't matter because my character has apparently 0 gold. So never mind. Nathrali's not buying any gloves.
You should have. I think. Didn't I tell you guys you start with a certain amount of gold?
Yeah, I think we start with 50.
Yeah, I think it was like 50.
You started with 50, and then some of the skills or backgrounds or whatever might have given you more.
Yeah, so you should have at least 50 gold unless you bought something before, which I told you if you want to buy anything with it beforehand.
I start with 60 because you said 50, and then my background starts with 10.
Yeah, unless you've bought something with some of that gold.
Nope.
But,
I actually forgot to ask, how much are the cloaks and scarves?
So that would be. Let me look it up.
You might as well look up the gloves too, because I'm just going to make them look like the ones Nathrali wants, if they're worth it.
If I can find. I should have already had this open. I didn't think about it.
I mean, if we can get it all for free too, that's cool.
Johnny ain't giving it to us for free.
You
No,
gotta support the local economy.
We might be able to use persuasion to haggle, but that's about it.
oh yeah, she's definitely open to haggling. You see some of the prices look like it definitely looks like it's just the price that she just puts on it. Like there's like no signs that say the price is final or anything. It's all like here's the suggested price. You can haggle.
Yeah. MSRP.
Yeah, pretty much. If anyone happens to know where the table is, there's a table in I think it's like Player's Handbook or something that says
I
common
will
prices.
check.
There's just a table of common item prices. Pretty much anything in the handbook that would be a clothing item is available for that price unless you haggle it down.
Let's see.
Although it might not have specific things like gloves and stuff.
Okay, so I've got something for trade goods. Ooh, yeah, that's not what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Food, drink, and lodging. So not what I'm looking for.
So it does say for common clothes is 5 silver, for fine clothes is like 15 gold.
Oh yeah,
So
adventuring gear. I found it.
traveler's clothes. So most of the items are
Um,
anywhere from like a few silver to like up to 15 gold or so for most of the items.
Nathrali only wears cloth, so at most 5 silver, I guess.
Yeah, well, of all the various items, like some of the stuff goes up to like 10 or 15 gold. Some like most of it's down in like silver range.
Yeah.
So just
So
anywhere from.
what were the magic gloves? What was special about them?
So the gloves, let me find.
And then you got to look up the cloaks and the scarves for Pixel.
Yeah, the cloaks, those would be about 5 silver a piece for the cloak, because they're nice cloaks. And you do find one cloak in particular that it's a very long, billowy, thick cloak that you think would work really well for hiding Zelath's tail, because it would
the
just.
basic cloak he picked out wasn't good enough?
No,
You damn right.
no,
Leave
it's
it to
not.
the bard to figure this out, okay?
That's gonna be an amazing conversation when you tell him what he picked out isn't good enough. Please continue.
Zildath
Yes.
probably picked out a half cloak, so it's not even really covering his tail.
Actually, yeah, the one you found would be a bit shorter. It wouldn't quite cover your old tail. So
He doesn't notice that there's like a little part of his tail peeking out. He thinks he's good and he's just standing there waiting. He has no idea.
I mean, it covers part of your tail, but doesn't quite cover the whole thing. Like the tip of your tail's still poking right out.
That's all. He
That's
has no idea. He's just standing there waiting. He thinks he's good.
Yeah. But Talathe, you find a nice, big, thick, billowy cloak that very well, like, you wouldn't even be able to notice the tail at all within it.
Hey, what color is Zildrath?
He's red.
Okay, thank you.
Oh fuck. We ain't going to that part of town.
Yep.
Because I have a question.
Well, they don't really care about the skin color. They care about what you're wearing, because
Okay.
it's kind of it's kind of a gang thing. You don't want to be wearing the wrong color. So, but yeah, see, I
Excuse
was
me.
looking for
Gloves.
yeah.
Gloves.
If I can find where the thing is. That is the wrong PDF. That might be why I can't find the thing. Completely the wrong book.
Bander, I love you. It's so good. It's so good.
That is accurate. That is that Zildeth is Zad right there.
Pit cane and all. Oh shit. So good.
Okay, so the gloves are actually one of the more expensive items in there. It's several hundred gold, and it beneath it, all it says is just gloves of nimble fingers. You're not quite sure what it means, but they look like fingerless like thief gloves kind of thing. So I mean, you're not really sure exactly what it means, but
Nathrali is going to very gently run her hand over the gloves in an almost longing way, and she's going to pat them, and then she's going to continue to wait for Yanni to come back out with the gloves that she already has picked out for herself, because she would prefer the other gloves, especially since they remind her of being an urchin and being on the streets. But she also knows that there's absolutely no way that she can afford them right now. So she would like them, but she knows better.
yeah.
And she doesn't want to insult the shopkeeper.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely, just at a glance, you get the feeling that she's probably not going to go much lower on those. You might be able to
Yeah,
haggle her down a little bit, but
but
it's
not
still gonna be,
much.
it's still going to be several hundred.
Mhm.
So, and then there are a few other items in there, but the cheapest one, like the cheapest item in the whole thing, would be a very nice set of clothing that just under it the label says "Clothes of Mending," and that item would be about 75 gold. Is what's listed on it. And then all the other items are a little bit more expensive than that.
Talthe is all done with her geekery over the clothes. She is holding 3 cloaks and 1 scarf, and she makes her way over to the counter.
Okay. Yanni comes back out with a tray and 7 teacups on it. And in the middle of it is a little bowl of sugar. She grabs a cup for herself, scoops in a few too many scoops of sugar, and takes a little sip, scoops in a couple more, another sip, and it's good. And she kind of gestures at it and it says, "Please, everyone, have some tea. Make yourselves at home. Any friend of Leona's is a friend of mine. What about your friend out there?" And she kind of gestures out toward Tokia.
Nathrali will carefully lay her gloves on the counter, and she'll say, "Let me go ask her," and then she'll politely nod and walk out the door and ask Tokia, "Tokia, the shop owner wanted to know if you would like some tea. There are some cookies as well. If you'd like to come in with us." Vander. Vander.
I mean, I wasn't muted. So Tokia looks up from cleaning under her fingernails, getting all the extra wet knot out from under there. And she's like, no, thank you. But send her my gratitude.
I thought. Go ahead.
And then she just keeps glancing down the street. She's, looking like she's not really doing anything, but picking her nails.
Nithrali will realize that she's actually keeping watch, and she'll say, they have hats inside that fit all races.
The next time we visit, I shall look. I promise.
At that, Nithrali will nod because she obviously understands that Tokia is keeping watch and feels more comfortable keeping watch, and she'll go back inside and walk back up to the counter, and she'll say, Tokia said to thank you for the offer of tea, but she would prefer to keep watch for right now, if that's all right with you.
Nods at you like, okay, yeah, if she wants to.
And she'll very carefully pour herself some tea, and then she'll pour a cup for Liana and Devlin, and gently put the teapot back, and she'll take the cups to Liana and Devlin, and then she will go and she will take her teacup and move over to the side so she's not in the way in case Talthe and Zeldath would like to get themselves some tea. And she'll take a very tentative, polite sip. And when she realizes that the tea is actually really good, her tail will perk up a little, and the very tip will kind of wag a little bit, and she'll take another sip very quickly.
Oh my gosh, she's a cat.
Part tiefling, part feline.
Yeah, and the tea is definitely, it's really good. I mean, it's not like the most amazing tea in the world or anything. You've probably had better tea, but it's really good tea. Like it's nice.
I mean,
It's not like,
Tieflings could purr, Nithrali would be purring right now.
considering that it's been a really rough rebirth, I think this tea is the best tea they've had since they died.
true. It's
Yeah, good point.
I think at the second sip of tea, Nithrali is going to set her teacup down, and she's going to go back out, and she's going to say to Tokia, you need to come have some of this tea. I will not take no for an answer.
Zildath is remaining standing with his very basic cloak and hat on, and but he thanks her and very takes the teacup and he downs it like a shot. he downs it but not like he's not like drooling or anything. He just puts it back like a shot very cleanly. And he kind of smacks his lips together in a moment, and he says to the lady, "It is very good tea."
What does Tokia do at Nithrali?
Tokia sighs, looks up at the sky. I will leave shortly. Enjoy your tea. And find a hat.
Talthe looks at Zildrath and says, I got a cloak for you, so put what you're wearing back, okay?
Zildath is gonna look over at her very confused, and he's gonna say, what is wrong with this cloak?
She's gonna say, it's perfectly fine. It's just it doesn't cover everything, and I have one that will look better on you.
Tokia opens the door and basically yells in there, I can see your tail from here. Get the other cloak.
So Zildath, now just imagine this big dragonborn. So now he's got this very basic hat on, right? So now he's kind of looking over his shoulder, and he's moving back and forth, and he's trying to. But every time he moves his tail, so it's like a cat chasing their tail. Like he can't see. so so after doing this for a few seconds, he finally just kind of sighs, and he takes off the cloak, and he will very politely put it back, and he will look at Talithane, and he will say, "Thank you." He will kind of, and then he will reach up and he will finger the hat and he will go, "Is the hat okay?"
So Tally smiles really big and she says, "Yes, the hat is fine."
He's just kind of, he'll just nod. He'll just nod. So here he is. He's gonna stand awkwardly by the counter again, waiting.
So throughout all of this, Leona just has her hand over her face and just and Yanni is sitting there in a rocking chair, her legs crossed, just sipping her tea, and you just see just a grin on her face. She's just amused by this whole situation. And she definitely, like, she sees your tail, and you recognize, like, when she sees your tail, you recognize she notices it. She knows it's odd. Doesn't really say anything.
He will appreciate that. So he's going to, if there's a place for him, he's going to sit down next to her, and he's going to say, "May I ask you a question?"
Certainly, dearie.
Have you seen anyone come by, say, over the last day or two that looked suspicious?
She'll kind of cock an eyebrow at that, and not that I recall. I mean, I get a lot of business from the people down at the docks, traders coming through who need some clothes or need their clothes mended. But strangely, I've had quite a few people coming in recently with very fancy clothes that have gotten ripped. It's a bit strange. I wonder if something happened at a fancy event. But wink, wink, nod, nod, Tally. But no, I'm not anyone in particular I'd considered suspicious.
At that, Talitha kind of buries her face in her teacup and pretends she didn't hear that.
Zilda doesn't even look over at her. He's just talking to he's got his eyes still on the shopkeeper. And he's going to ask her, he's going to say, "Has anything odd happened in town over the last 24 hours?"
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, it's it's been a pretty uneventful week.
I understand. Well, I'm good.
I mean, there was the there was a wedding about a week ago.
Zildath is kind of just gonna glance at Talitha for a second, and then he's just gonna look back at the shopkeeper.
I mean, it was apparently a very beautiful wedding, from what I'd heard, at least.
So you could, if anyone happened to be looking at Talitha, you could see her expression just sink into, like, almost tried to be a mask seriousness. And she kind of just says casually, don't we have somewhere we gotta be, like an appointment?
So Zildath would nod. And he will say, "Thank you. You've been very helpful. Just one last question. If I was in need of information, someone who might know about people who have come and gone into this town, fresh faces. Is there anyone like that here that I could go and speak to?"
Well, I mean, I suppose you could ask the guard captain. He might know, or you could check down at the docks.
Good, 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 good. Thank you very much. He will stand up, and he will gesture kind of to their wares, and he will ask how much they owe for things.
She'll kind of look over it all, and when she looks at the scarf, she'll take a moment, just kind of pick it up and smile, and then put it back in the pile, and total it up, and just whatever. Well, let's see. So what are you getting?
Nathrali is gonna, at what Zildeth says, Nathrali is going to pick up the gloves and she's going to very clearly say, "I'll pay for these myself."
So everything, I think we have 3 cloaks and a hat, and then a
scarf.
A scarf. Yeah,
One scarf.
Yep.
One scarf.
So,
Did Tokia ever fucking come inside for her tea? Because if not, Nathrali is gonna be pissed.
Not yet. She's waiting
So-
for
Get
you
your
to
ass
come out.
So as Tokia keeps watch, you see, the occasional passerby. Like this is just it's just a street, and there's the occasional passerby. This isn't like a dark alleyway or anything. There's no one really suspicious. Just normal civilians in normal civilian clothing going to and from their jobs or just wherever. A few of them give you kind of an odd look because you're just like standing menacingly outside the clothing shop. But
Am I menacing?
well, I mean, compared to them, you're menacing because they're just random citizens going to and from the jobs.
You look of nature.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, I'm not used to being cities is not my jam, so claustrophobia, that sort of shit.
Yeah.
The inside of the shop is actually fairly open. It's not really like it's not tightly packed. It looks like it's set up in a way where it was probably originally tightly packed, like a bunch of aisles and kind of a shopping mart kind of setup. But now it looks like most of it's kind of been moved around to where it's a more casual, open atmosphere. So as she tallies up your prices, you said some cloaks and gloves and
3 cloaks.
One scarf and a hat and a Thrali gloves.
Nathrali is paying for her gloves herself. She picked them up off the counter and said that she would.
okay.
So the gloves are separate because I want to have a personal interaction with Yanni. Don't judge me. It's damn Judi Dench.
So in total, she kind of totals up and says, "All right, total will come to there'll be 2 gold for all of it." Although she kind of looks and as you brought her the scarf, she saw a glint in your eye of the recognition that that you appreciated it, and said, "Tell you what." And she pulls over a stool and says, you sit here and finish your tea and listen to an old woman reminisce, and I'll make it 1 gold for the lot.
That's so kind of you.
Zildath will just reach into his pouch and he'll put a gold on the counter.
So you sit down, she pours you a cup and lets you put however much sugar you want, and she goes on to, well, she actually grabs the scarf and kind of lays it out on the backside, with the backside facing up, all the seams facing up, and kind of idly traces it with her finger as she talks and sips the tea. She tells you the story of how she met her late wife, and whose name was Lonnie Whittle, and they loved to laugh about Yanni and Lonnie Whittle, their names.
Oh, that's
And,
so cute.
she tells you the story of kind of how they met and a few major events of their life, just various things about how they opened the shop together, and how Lonnie loved knitting and sewing, especially scarves, and taught her all about it as well. And then, at some point, Lonnie passed away, and she's been going on and kept the shop open and kept doing it. And you can see that she really, like, the scarves are an outlet. You can tell that the scarves are her way of expressing these emotions. And as she nears the end of the story, you realize, as she's kind of tracing the knitting patterns on the back of it, the pattern is the story. Like, the patterns kind of symbolize the different parts of the story. And by the time she reaches the end of the scarf, she's finished her story. She wipes a little tear from her eye and folds it and hands it back to you, and gives you a kind, gentle smile. And yeah.
That's so sweet. So Talthe, she just has the most sweetest expression on her face, and she says, "That was probably the most beautiful story I've heard, and I've been studying bard stories for a few years now, like legendary bard stories, and that's probably my favorite now."
Well, thank you, dearie. That means a lot.
And I adore the scarf. My mother, actually, she used to take up knitting and weaving. She started after she retired from being a soldier.
Really? That's wonderful.
I never learned myself. I was horrible, but I loved her work.
Well, I mean, if you'd ever like to learn, my doors are open.
I might just take you up on that. Thank you.
So
Certainly.
somewhere in the story, Tokia has snuck in and is like sitting on the with a cup of tea. Nobody knows how she got it because reasons.
Yeah, everyone was pretty engrossed in the story, I would imagine. So, Bander, could you actually roll a perception with advantage?
I don't know. I think I may have blown my super
Fucking
bad
do it.
load earlier.
Your load.
My badass load earlier may have been so I'm gonna roll 2d20.
2d20, take the higher. This would be a perception roll.
Jesus Christ!
Jeez.
Well, that's
Okay,
so it'd be an 18 plus.
Yeah.
Okay, so you notice as the story ends, and you kind of snap out of the fixation. Would Tokyo have been fixated by it, or would she have been kind of awkwardly?
She's not a people person, so she probably would have been awkward as fuck.
Okay, so as Tokyo is kind of awkwardly, standing in the corner with her tea, trying to avoid interaction, something in the corner of the store catches your eye. And if you look over, you see it's kind of a bargain bin area, or sort of a clearance area. There's just a bunch of random stuff. It's not really organized very well, but something over there catches your eye. You want to go look at it?
Yeah, of course I do.
So you walk over there, you see just all sorts of various things, and it's a little bit dusty over here. Not too bad, but the rest of the store, pretty well dusted. But this area isn't really visited often. And the thing that caught your eye, strangely enough, appears to be just like a plain linen robe, like a monk's robe. Just very simple, very plain, just like sort of a hempen robe, like hemp linen, just
Go
a robe.
on.
And you're not sure why. You seem drawn to it.
Okay, so Tokyo kind of picks it up and shakes it out. Does the hold it up? Like, does it fit? It looks long enough. Yeah, it seems legit.
It would absolutely fit. It seems like it'd be a little bit droopy, but it would certainly fit. Like it's like maybe just slightly too big for you, but it would certainly fit. You can absolutely wear it. And as you pick it up, you kind of feel it. It feels really comfortable. Like you could absolutely see yourself using this as like a nightgown kind of thing or something. It's super comfy. Which is odd because it looks like rough linen, but it's super comfy.
Okay, so I take it up to the counter. I put it on the counter. I just kind of side eye everybody and like, how much is this, please?
She looks up as she's finished her story and is finishing off her tea and looks at it. Oh, I forgot I even had that. That was sold to me decades ago, and I've just never been able to sell it. I mean, people have bought it a few times, but they always bring it back, say it's too big or it's just not comfortable enough. I've dropped the price over and over. You know what? With all this other stuff you're buying, I'll throw it in. You can have it.
Thank you. And she kind of grabs it and takes a couple steps backward and just kind of sidles into a corner or whatever with her new prize, and she's petting it. If it's soft, she's gotta rub it. I mean,
oh yeah, it feels like silk. It looks like linen, but it feels like silk. It's like, well, it doesn't quite feel like silk, but it's soft. It's nice and it feels really nice.
brushed cotton microfiber.
Yeah, something like that.
Yes.
So as you all sort of finish your shopping and finish your tea, and she rings you up and says goodbye. She talks to Leona for a minute and just catches up. She mentions, "Oh, Leona, whenever you get a chance, what names? What are the names? Leona, whenever you get the chance, Darmal was having trouble with his arm again. You go take a look." And Leona just nods. Yeah, as soon as I get the chance, I'll go over and look. And
I still have to buy my gloves.
oh yeah, and she'll bring up your gloves. So you just had a pair of gloves, right?
Mm-hmm.
She'll say they'll be like 2 silver.
Nathrali will look at the gloves that she saw, the magic gloves, and then she'll place the 2 silver on the counter, and then she'll gently put her gloves on and thank Yanni for both the gloves and the tea. And she'll go over and stand next to Devlin.
And you all notice, like, throughout this entire thing, she looks at all of you with, like, just the kindest expression. Like, even, you know, the dragonborn with the tail and the tiefling and all of you, she doesn't even seem to notice. Just kindest expression. You can tell in her eyes, like, she's seen some shit. She doesn't care anymore. Like, a person's a person. So she rings you all up, finish tea, and you're ready to head on to Leona's lab, I guess.
I love this woman.
As everyone else has stepped out of the shop, Nithrali is going to look at the door really quick, and then she's going to look back at Yanni, and she's going to like run up, and she's going to hug Yanni really quick, and then she's going to run out the door.
Oh my god, that's so fucking cute.
She'll just kind of like, oh, and hug you back, and as you leave, she looks confused, like she's not sure what that was about, but okay. I guess she just needed a hug. And she goes back to her knitting, and she starts whistling and, you know, kind of humming.
Can we come back to her, please? I love her.
When they get outside, Zildath is gonna he's gonna take a look up and down the street first, and then he's gonna kind of stand there for a second, and he's gonna nod his head, and he's going to say, "I like her." And he's gonna look to our resident artificer and all business again. Which way?
And Talthay, she starts rummaging around with their newfound swag, and she says, hold on a second, hold on." And she unfolds the cloak that she got for Zildrath, and it's all billowy, and it's kind of like an off orange color. And she hands it to him, and she says, "This will complement your beautiful crimson scales."
He's gonna kind of look at her like he just doesn't know
Understand.
he just doesn't like know what to make of her, like, at all. But he's going to kind of just rumble a thank you, and he's gonna take it, and he's gonna shrug it on. He's gonna like roll his shoulders around, make sure that he can move around, and he's good. And he's gonna do that thing where he's trying to find his fucking tail again, and he can't see it. So he's just gonna kind of shrug and nod.
Next, she unfolds the cloak that she got for Nithrali. She walks up to her and holds it out to her, and it's like a super dark cloak. It's like an off black. And she looks at her and says, "For every pale moonlight, there needs to be a dark of night." And she hands it to her.
Aww.
Nithrali is going to take it with shaking hands and put it around her shoulders, and she is going to put the cloak on, and she is not going to be able to talk because she has no idea how to say thank you for something that is so sweet. She's just going to be, her hands are like completely shaking, and she doesn't know what to say. She is just absolutely grateful and completely floored, because most of the time people look at her in horror because she is a tiefling. And that is what she is used to.
Talthay clearly all giddy at the new step, and she's like pulling out some of her old poetry cards while she's doing this. She goes over to Tolkia and hands her the long knitted green scarf. It's not like a dark green, but it's like the color of fresh spring leaves. She hands it to her and says, "This will help you blend into the forest and get all your stuff done."
Tokyo smiles a little bit, which is really hard. And she just kind of nods and takes the scarf, and then just kind of spins it around her head till the only thing left is like her eyes. Everything else is covered by scarf. And then she like takes off her everything that's decently you can take off, all her bags and stuff, and slides into her monk gown and pulls the hood up, and then puts everything back on. It's like, yeah.
And
So you're actually wearing the gown now, like
Yeah, on the outside, like a
Like-
cloak onesie situation.
outside the armor or inside the armor? Because
Uh,
like you feel like you could probably slip the armor on over it, or you could just wear it over your armor.
well, right now, because everybody's trying to be incognito, she's wearing it over her armor. She just
Yeah.
has like her staff and all of her pouches and stuff on the outside. So, you know.
Yeah, makes sense.
And Talthe unfolded the cloak for herself, and it's like a dark purple. It's actually more of the color of a plum. And she goes ahead and wraps it around herself and ties it off.
So they have to look around, say, "Can we go now?"
Leona nods and leads you off, and meanwhile, Devlin is still just like the husband dragged to a clothing store, and he's just kind of glad that you're finally on the move now. So Leona leads you again through some like sort of back alleys and brings you over. It's not too far from the clothing store to her workshop. Does anyone need a break, or is everyone good to go for a little bit?
I'm good to go if everyone else is.
I
Good to
need
go.
2 minutes. I drink a lot of water.
Okay.
I'll grab the water in that 2 minutes. Be right back.
Yeah, same.
Water.
I figured this was a good time if anyone needed a quick break.
Yeah.
I'm after that emotionally like heartwarming scene. I'm almost kind of sorry for what's about to happen.
I'm back.
I'm back too.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
What did I miss?
Nothing.
Chilling.
What did you miss? Dragonborn chasing their tails.
Accurate.
I
Also
want art of
artwork.
him looking for his tail.
I do too.
I'm back.
Yeah, come back.
Welcome back.
Is everyone else back and good to go, or
I
waiting on
think-
anyone?
I think Bun is still away.
Okay.
I wonder what an Elven accent would sound like.
I'm sure that would depend on region and type of elf.
Oh, hi. Oh, hi,
Hi.
Mark. Oh, hi, Mark. I did not hit her. I did not hit her.
I think an element accent. Honestly, I think it would sound Irish.
Yeah. Because I've been trying to figure out like a good voice for her, and I'm not sure what an elf would actually sound like.
Musical, like your ball.
It would very much depend on type of elf and like region that's from. Like I'd imagine high elves probably are more like I would imagine high elves was kind of a British accent.
I can see that.
But
Yeah.
like Tuck is half drow, so who knows?
Yeah.
Raised by wolves and a druid. It wasn't even an elf druid, so.
I'd imagine if she's raised by wolves, she's a little growly.
Are you on the floor again, Vander?
Shut
Nope.
up.
Yes, I am.
That was awesome.
Can you guys not hear me?
No,
No, we
you
can't.
just sound far away.
Oh yeah, I'm laying on the floor.
There needs to be a scene where Tolkien is really, really angry, and you know how when you're angry, more of an accent comes out? I want more of a growliness when she's angry.
Mhm.
Just sounds
Yeah.
very fear-like.
So whenever everyone's ready, I need to know kind of what arrangement you're approaching the lab in. Because like Leon is
Natalia's at
leading
the
the way.
back.
All right.
And she
Zildath,
never retook Devlin's hand, so I don't know where the fuck he's at.
Zildath will be close to Liliana,
All right.
that lady.
Yeah.
I feel like
Devlin just kind of falls in place next to Nethrali.
I'm kind of going to be like in the middle, like maybe next to Tolkien.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say Tokyo's apparently in the middle. Kinda not liking this whole city life thing.
All right. So Leona leads you to her lab, and it's kind of in a back alley almost, kind of like in Fallout 4 where you find Nick Valentine.
Nope.
Yep.
Right. It's kind of in like it's not like a super like sketchy dark alley, but it's kind of in like just a bunch of buildings were kind of crammed in there, and so there's a little alleyway where like it's just it's kind of the it's like apartment buildings but more for like office building kind of things. And so she leads you there, and she walks up to the door, and she pauses as she goes to reach for the knob.
Nah.
And yeah, damn it. So
Fuck off, you bitches.
Mission accomplished.
she goes to reach for the knob, and she pauses, and her eyes kind of go wide, and she pulls her hand away and starts to back away, kind of trying to get behind Zildath a little bit. And Zildath, if you look at it, you can see the door is like almost slightly cracked open just a little bit. Like it's not actually cracked open. There's no gap where you could fit anything through, but it's like it's not closed all the way.
Like somebody's been in there.
Damn it.
Okay, so what do you do? It's also fun. So Zildath will not even question, because he's just gonna look at see from her expression and her body language that obviously she did not leave this door open. So he will look back at his companions now, and kind of like head motion at the door, and now he's going to take another just kind of peek down the alleyway to just make sure they're alone. He's going to pull the warhammer from his back, from underneath his super swaggerific cloak, and he's going to hold it in one hand, and he's going to use his other hand, and he is going to very slowly begin to open the door. Like he's trying to open it up like quietly and far enough that his big ass fucking head can at least see if he can hear and or see anyone.
Nathrali's going to pull out her quarterstaff two-handed, but she's also going to ready shocking grasp. Just in case.
So I post a sort of reference image. It's not exact, but give you an idea of kind of
Where is
what
it?
in my Discord on the D&D.
Okay, I see it.
So it's just kind of a reference image.
Harbinger of death.
So as you open the door, like you carefully crack open the door and peek inside, and there's no one in here. It's completely empty and still as night. It like you can you can smell the stale air like
Can
blowing out of it.
Divine sense, since he's a paladin.
Do you want to ask him to?
Mm-hmm.
All right, he'll that's
What is divine sense?
It is a paladin skill, and it means that he can sense specific types of magic.
Ooh, okay.
And they are. Hold on.
Detect celestial, fiend, or undead within 60 feet, not behind total cover. So if there wasn't anything inside, it would be behind total cover. But he goes ahead and does it. He doesn't sense anything. So he's not sensing anything. But as you carefully open the door, there's no one in there. You can smell the stale air. It feels like it's like no one's been in here for several days. And you see this lab, this workshop. There's like a bed in the corner, so because obviously it's where Leona worked and slept a lot of the time. Just well, I mean, it's where she worked and slept. It has all of her equipment, and it has her bed and like a little sort of food preparation area in one corner, but most of the room is devoted to the arcana study stuff. I mean, she's an artificer first and foremost, and just kind of obsessed with that. So the majority of the room is devoted to her workshop, and you see like a very prominent spot, like on the center table. You see a prominent spot that looks like it's probably where that artifact had been sitting, that she was studying. It's not there, but you also see in this room every single piece of equipment in this room has been systematically destroyed. Every piece of glass is shattered. Every tubing is bent or broken. Every piece of equipment has been rendered unusable. The books have been pulled off the shelf, their pages ripped from their spines, thrown in a pile, and burned. Everything in this room is fucking destroyed.
Okay, so I would like to say this. The first investigation check, was for the door. Obviously, that failed.
Oh yeah, and it wasn't trapped or anything.
But the second investigation check is for the shop, and Nathrali wants to know if there is anything dangerous or anything that she can see that she would recognize as being completely out of place, or having to do with the drawing of the artifact or whatever the fuck they're looking for.
So looking at this, you're just seeing.
I rolled a 19, by the way, for anybody listening.
So you see like you see the same scene as Zildath. There's everything's destroyed. There's kind of a prominent spot where it looks like the artifact had probably been, where, or at least you would assume that's, yeah, from the context, you'd assume that's where the artifact was, and it's just kind of an open space. But everything's destroyed. Like the structure itself is fine. The bed has been like ripped up. There actually, like, it looks like someone took a dagger and like ripped open the bed to check if there was anything inside of it. Like every square inch of this place has been searched, and anything, just anything that was usable is no longer.
Mhm.
And Leona has not yet seen inside the room, but she's getting concerned at the looks on your faces.
So
Mithrali
before
is going to
everybody
turn around.
goes, go ahead. Before everybody goes tramping around in the room, Zildath is going to, because he sees like I'm assuming there's like broken glass and all kinds of stuff on the floor.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he is specifically looking at the floor, and he wants to know if he is looking for like footprints, or if there is a piece of cloth from a robe or something like that that looks like it's torn. Anything not magical related, but this is more like material. Anything that would give any type of indication of the person that was here that did this. And I rolled a whopping 10 for that
So,
investigation
well,
check.
it looks like, you see it. It looks like some people like stomped around a little bit. You see like
So there was more than one.
someone, yeah, either someone spent like days in here stomping around, or there was like multiple people stomping around in here.
Okay.
But other than that, you can't really find much.
Well, I mean, I would like to do a thing because I'm a
All right.
weirdo.
What's the thing you'd like to
I
do?
would like to turn into a dog.
Okay.
This is awesome.
That doesn't make you a weirdo. That makes you smart. You're gonna sniff out different scents.
Mhm.
So I turn into a giant fucking bloodhound. Reasons why not?
Before this, Mithrali is going to turn around to Leona, and she is going to place both of her hands on Leona's shoulders, and she is going to say as calmly as possible, "Your shop has been ransacked. We
You
are
see
here."
immediate panic in her eyes.
And Leona's gonna, or Mithrali is gonna say, "We are here with you. Can you tell us if anything is out of place or missing other than the artifact that was brought to you?"
Zildath he's not going to move into the room just yet because Bander has just turned into a dog and he understands why.
Mhm.
So he's just kind
Yeah,
of,
Mithrali's not gonna.
he's gonna step out of the doorway enough that Bander can get in and the artificer can see inside.
And Nathrali would have pulled her to the side of the doorway when she was speaking to her, so she could still see inside, but Tokia could go in if she wanted to as well. And do your thing, Bander.
All right. Well, since that's actually I don't know how this works. It's a bonus action if we're actually doing ID things.
Yeah, since we're not in combat, it doesn't matter. You're a dog, or whatever animal you want to be.
All right, so I'm a giant fucking bloodhound, and I
All right.
just kind of roll up in there. I chose a bloodhound because they'll probably try and kill a dire wolf in town.
Who left?
Eh.
Oh, Ends did.
Probably, yeah. There are actually some animal forms that you could do that have advantage on perception. Like a mastiff has advantage on hearing and smell.
That would work. I'm a giant fucking mastiff. I like mastiffs. They're fucking.
All right, so you're a mastiff.
So I
And you
walk
have
in,
advantage on perception.
and what is that? 2d20.
Yes, roll 2d20, take the higher one.
All right. 1, 2. Wow. All right, so I rolled 12.
So a 12 plus whatever your perception bonus would be. So you get
This is why I made a character sheet. It does that for you.
I tried, but it doesn't have all the stuff on it for me.
Me either. I
Yeah,
had
it
to
doesn't have a lot
enter
of
some
it.
stuff.
So you get the scent of like there were multiple people in here. They didn't smell great. A lot of them smelled kind of bad. But the smells just kind of intermingle together, and it's been a few days since they were in here. You catch a kind of faint whiff of like seawater, like a little bit of a salty, watery, like it smells a little bit like the river in town. But that's about all you can really get from it. It's just multiple people, and it smells a little bit like the river.
All right. Well, I think as a dog I can talk as well, so that's gonna be even better.
As a dog, you can't actually. Well, you can speak spirit tongue, but no one else, I don't think, speaks spirit tongue. You can speak the druid language, or well, technically by the book you can't, but I'm going to say you can. But no one else understands it, so they just hear woof.
Bork. Fucking bork. Let's see. Yes. So I guess I changed back.
All right.
Ugh, that was awful. God, people need to bathe more. So nobody's been in here in a couple days, so that's a good thing. You want something? There's the river swamp Murkwater. The river. We got to go by somebody from the river was here. And please, for the love of God, can we get it in so all of you can fucking bathe? Because if you smell like this, I will kill you in your sleep. Okay.
And Talthay just pipes up her voice and says, "Well, before we go barking up the wrong tree, I bathe."
Oh, I love you guys.
Thank you, Talthay, for almost murdering me with a grape. I appreciate it. I don't know. I was literally.
We're definitely gonna find an inn because, like, Nathrali absolutely wants to bathe. Like, yes, she has the urchin background, but she was raised by a bard.
Yeah.
So the pun has gone right over Zildath's head, and he did not catch it. He doesn't even understand. He's too like he's focused on the matter at hand. So now he's looking up and down the alley. Does she live near anyone? Like, is anybody like next door to her or across from her?
There are a few other there are 3 other doors in this little alleyway, and then there's there are other alleyways in the area.
Okay, but next door to her, like, she's got next door neighbors, is basically.
The doors around her, they look like one of them is actually boarded up, and the one right across from her actually is boarded up. The one next to her, the door is kind of off its hinges a little bit. Like the bottom hinge doesn't quite attach, and it's like haphazardly kind of it's a little bit off the hinge.
Does
someone
live there?
And the other one just kind of I mean, you can find out.
Okay. So he will turn to her and he will say, "Do you have neighbors?"
I don't. I'll say I sometimes I hear people in the room next to mine. I don't know. I guess.
He will
Liana,
is Takia still the dog?
No, she changed back.
Oh, she changed back. Okay. He will look at her and he will say, "Good job," and then he's going to walk over to the door.
Has her face, like her nose, buried in all of the scars and her thing. She's like, whatever.
It's and like Matter. He was just like, just like, "Good job, teammate. What's up? High five."
I'm sorry.
So he walks over to the door with the broken hinges now, and he's kind of if he can see, but he's like peeking between the cracks to see if he sees anybody in there, and he's listening to see if he can hear or see anything of people being in this space.
While
what were you saying?
while Zildrath walks over to the door and does that, Talthe looks at Liana and says, "Did you know of any other arcanists or artificers that might have been jealous of you, or maybe wanted to make your life difficult? Anything?"
No, I don't think so. There are one or two others in the city, but we don't really. I've shared research with one before. It was nice. I think he moved out of town about a year ago, though. Or not. Sorry, not a year ago. She wasn't here. About a month ago. But
So you don't think there's a chance the others you've met might be in danger too for their expertise?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
It's something to consider.
Nithrali is going to turn to Devlin and she's going to say, "Have you heard of any stories from your father or any other paladins of anything similar to the artifact that she drew for us?" And she's going to hold up the drawing that Leona made for them last session.
So he kind of takes a closer look at it and kind of scratches his head a little. I never really was one for the magical studies. I hadn't heard about anything like this. I don't know. I know I found my father and I found some dangerous magical artifacts once, but they looked nothing like this.
Nithrali will sigh. And she'll put the drawing back in her pack.
So as Zildath is looking at the door for the other next door room, you hear faint like sounds like someone kind of I don't know, it sounds like someone moving like moving around.
Can we tell where it's coming
From inside the room with the kind of off-hinge door.
Leanna's gonna go inside. Or Nithrali is gonna go inside.
Zildath is standing right in front of that door. Does she barge past him?
Absolutely.
That's awesome.
Yes, she does. She barges past him and she tries to figure out where the fuck the sound is coming from.
Are you going in through the door?
Yep.
Make a strength check.
He will.
Make a
They're coming.
specifically and yeah, athletics check.
Oh,
He-
athletics. Yeah, even better. 13. That doesn't pass. Fuck this game.
What was it?
she
It
rolled
was a 13 for the athletics.
13. So you try to open this door and it's off its hinges. It doesn't quite open, and you hear the sound now that Zildath was hearing, that like it sounds like someone moving, but as soon as you try to open the door, that kind of scramble and you hear kind of a scratching sound.
At that, Nethrali is absolutely going to turn and move slightly to the side away from the door, and she's going to look at Devlin and she's going to say, if you could open the door, I would appreciate it.
Zildath, where he is standing, is kind of going to look at Nethrali and kind of just give her a WTF look. As he is standing right there, and he's going to hold up his hand to Devlin. And he is going. And now especially now that he hears the scratching, because now he thinks that people inside.
Paladin.
And so he can be stronger. The Dragonborn doesn't know that. And he is going, now that he hears the scratching going on inside, he thinks that they're running. So he is going to now try to ram the door with his shoulder.
All right, make an athletics check.
Woohoo!
Meanwhile, Taothe has her hand on the hilt of her sword, gripping it rather tightly.
Oh, I did do. Oh, good. Yeah. Doo-doo-doo. This is like uber fucking door. I was a +5. Jesus Christ, I roll shit. I rolled a 14.
Also, who would be toward the front and who would be toward the back? Like, who's where?
Tokia is closer to the street. Tried to gasp now it's just the memory of stink out of her fucking nose.
At this point, Taothe would be standing next to Devlin.
So yeah, Tokia is actually looking out of the door. Without, apparently looking all loomy and drawing attention to herself.
So, what did you get on the athletics?
14.
14. So, you ram this door and it budges, but it doesn't quite open all the way, and you hear kind of a creaking sound and then kind of a muffled thud. And
Nethrali's gonna stamp her foot and look at Devlin.
yeah, Devlin kind of gets a shitting grin on his face at Nethrali, asking him to, it's like asking him to open this jar for me. It's like, why, of course, I would be glad to do it. And he comes over and he's actually kind of learned a thing or two, so he kind of gives a nod at Zildath of, let's do this together. Like, both of us push, and kind of gives like a kind of a,
because he's getting helped.
so he gives kind of a countdown, like 3, 2, 1, and you both go to push together. So Zildath, make another check with advantage.
Okay, so I rolled a 2d20 now?
Yeah, you roll a d20. You roll twice and take whichever's higher.
Okay. Roll.
And then we'll add the +5 to the higher of the two.
Wow, trash.
Damn.
I rolled a 9 and a 6. My rolls are trash. That is with my +5. I have a +5 just naturally.
Okay, well, with the assistance, it gives you advantage, and it also reduces the difficulty of the actual check. So that passes, and you both go just knocking over the door. It swings open, kind of the other hinge kind of snaps off a little, but not entirely, and the door just kind of swings awkwardly open, and
Nithra absolutely going to slip in the door behind them.
all right, and you slip in here, and you see in this room. This room is mostly cleared out. There's not much in here except for like half a dozen small bedrolls. Like when I say small, I mean like smaller than
Sized.
no, not that small, but small. These are children's
Little
bedrolls,
thieves.
Oh,
Oh, these are
Ah.
children bedrolls. Got it.
and you can see. Well, some of them are children. Some of them are like they're like adult-sized bedrolls, but only like halfway unzipped, so it looks like it was probably a child that was sleeping in it.
Yeah.
You see a bunch of like very low quality pillows, or things that pass as pillows. You see some food, like little tiny amounts of food, not much at all.
Probably tell where the banging and the scraping noises were coming from.
So
Can Nathrali tell where the banging and the scraping noises were coming from?
So it sounded like it was coming from the direction of the window, which faces out into another alleyway off on another side. It would take you a minute or two to walk around and get to it.
From the window.
So Nathrali would rush up to the window, and is there anybody, like, can she see anything out that window?
Are you opening the window or just looking
is
out the
the
window?
window closed?
She would
The
open
window's
it.
closed. So if you open the window and it creaks, the same creak you heard before, and you look out, you don't see anyone.
Nathrali would climb out the window
All right.
to see
So
if she
you're
gets one.
so you're now standing in a alleyway that's kind of similar to the one you were just in, but like on the opposite side of the buildings. You don't see anyone.
Does she see anything out of place that would let her know if somebody was in the alleyway?
Roll an investigation check.
Okay. God damn it. Fuck the dice tonight.
Where is the outside part of the window? Like, how far would you have to walk to get to it?
It would be a few minutes walk. It's actually on like it's kind of on the other side. In fact, the outside of the window, it's not even so much of an alleyway. It's more of like this window and the window of the apartments on the other side both open out into kind of this almost alleyway, but it's more of just like it's just a little area where you could like open the window for ventilation. But like if you look out the window, you just see another window of another apartment across the.
So it's just an atrium of sorts.
Sort of. It's just like a little open area where they have a window at least that they could open up for like ventilation. Like rather than backing the rooms back to back and not having a window at all.
Talathe kind of sighs and just says, "We should have knocked like civilized people."
Zildak is going to jerk his thumb over at, or Zildak is going to jerk his thumb over at Nathrali, but now he's looking around the room to see if they left behind anything of value. Like, I mean, and I know, like, he's not looking for gold or anything, but like a knapsack, any indication that they might come back.
So you look around this, and the little bits of food I mentioned, like, I'm talking like crumbs of food where they'd eaten it and some of it fell, and or maybe they had grabbed it as they were running and bits of it fell off and they didn't bother to go back. If you were to gather everything in this room, every last crumb of this room, you figure you could get maybe 2 gold for all of it. Like just everything in this entire room, you get maybe 2 gold.
Probably in an alleyway, or like what is the area that she's in?
It's kind of a, I don't know if there's a word for it, but it's like rather than packing all the buildings like like just having one wall separate this building from the one across from it, they have like this little gap in between and a window so that like you could open it up at least. Like you're actually standing on kind of gravel, and if you look out, you see there's a street over there, and you see some like garbage thrown like on the gravel that it.
Are there multiple entrances
Like to this alleyway?
to where Nithralia is at? Yes.
No, it's just a little area. Like you can see the street from here, and that's it. Like it's just a little. There are 4 windows and walls, and the street off in one direction.
Oh, I
And it's
understand. So it's kind of like a half courtyard.
Yeah, almost.
kind of.
Nithralia is going to head towards the street, and she's
Alright.
going to look and see if she notices anything that will indicate where the person that was making the noise went.
All right. So you walk out to the street, you look around, and there are other buildings around. There's like it's a street with buildings along it, and there's you don't see anyone around. You figure this is kind of a back alleyway that not too many people go down. You try to listen. You don't hear anything. You see like there are plenty of buildings that someone could have gone into, and you don't see any signs that anyone did go into any of them. But you also don't see any signs that someone didn't go into any of them. It's just kind of an alleyway. There's not a lot you can really tell from it.
Nithralia is an asshole and is going to leave the party and going to continue down the alleyway.
Zildath is
Okay.
going to look over at Tokia, and he's going to say to her, "You said you smelled people from the river, correct?"
I smelt the river, yes. I smelt the funk of 10,000 These, and I use the word people loosely, did not believe in the healing power of water.
So
Dang.
perhaps they were sailors from the dock, or they just didn't bathe.
No.
Sailors
No,
smell like
sailor.
sea. Sailors smell like salt. And they bathe on a regular basis in the ocean.
No, they don't.
This smelled like the gutter had rolled around in dog shit and then fell into the river. This was the smell of someone who didn't bathe on a regular basis, be it by choice or otherwise. My nose still burns.
So, just quick question then because I actually had a good roll when I rolled the history of the city and got the down low on the gang situation. would Zildath have an idea of where like the hobos hang out, basically all the smelly people? Like is there like it's not like where like we know where the slums are?
So this sort of is like there are other places in the city that are more slum-like slums, but this is kind of the slums of the city, or this is close to the slums.
Does it smell like the river here though?
Not really, no. I mean, the river is like a big part of the city. In fact, the river runs straight through the city.
Does it run through all 3 mini cities though?
Pretty much, or pretty close to them. Although you do know, especially from your incredible roll earlier, you know that the riverfront very much is. It's almost like a 4th city of its own, where it's no man's land, and people from all 3 factions go to work at the city or at the river. Like the riverfront is a hub of activity, and the entire city, like, not everyone in the city goes to the riverfront, but like there are people all over the city who go to the riverfront almost every day for work and trade and whatever.
Okay. So he will kind of relay that knowledge to the party about the riverfront and that area. And he's going to say that at some point we should return here if the children we return here in the evening to see if whoever was here has come back. And he will look at Talithe and he will say, perhaps you should be the one to do this, as you look the least intimidating. And he's just like matter of fact, like he's not trying to be mean or anything. He's basically trying to say she'd be the one that wouldn't scare the kids. It's basically like what he's very badly trying to say.
Okay, so Tokia laughs like loud. and she sighs, and then she goes, she says really, really like in a stage whisper kind of voice. You know, if this is supposed to be a whisper, but I'm gonna say it like 3 times as loud as people yell, kind of thing. And she's like, "Well, it looks like we're not gonna find our answers here. We should just go to the inn." And then she just kind of stomps off, very, obviously.
So
he looks really confused. He's like, "Why the inn? We should go to the riverfront."
So Banner, as you're saying this very loudly and you're almost about to finish the sentence, saying, "I guess we should go to the." You feel cold metal against your neck.
Oh shit!
Natalia is not in there. Just a reminder, she's in the fucking alley still.
She walked off.
She did.
And you hear a voice behind you, a female voice saying, "Who are you? And what do you want?"
So Talitha kind of jumped a little. She didn't fully draw her sword. She drew it half and said, "You would be wise to step away right now."
So can Zildas see that from where he's standing? I'm assuming that he can see that Tokia has a knife to her neck now.
Yeah, you if you turn around and look, you see a hooded figure behind her. Actually, a little bit shorter than her, so you can't see the face or anything, but you can see a dagger against her neck. It's not actually pressing into your neck. It's not like.
Got you. It's one of those. Yeah.
It's just kind of near your neck, in kind of a. I want to know who you are and what you want.
Held there in a threatening manner.
Kind of, yeah.
So
I would like to know, stranger behind me holding a knife to my neck, where the nearest inn is that I can get some water or something that doesn't taste like ass and smell worse, and maybe a bath.
The stranger behind you nods at the now bashed in door and says, "You're looking for an inn, that ain't it."
Zildath will hold up both his very large, not intimidating at all, dragon hands, and he will and he will say, "We didn't mean to barge in. We just needed some answers. The woman who lives next door, her shop was ransacked. We just wanted to know if anyone here heard or saw anything."
And at that, Leanna kind of turns around and goes to look at the figure, and as just so quickly, it can't even register. You hear the strange figure yell, "Leanna!" And before any of you can react, the dagger's pulled away from Tokia's neck, and she has dashed past all of you and tackle hugged Leanna.
Talthay, still looking rather annoyed, still has half of her sword drawn.
So this mysterious figure, she pulls down her hood, and you see this.
Nice.
And you see that she's a tiefling, but she has very short horns.
Nithrali just wandering down the goddamn alley.
Zildath will
Nithrali's like,
look
"Fuck this shit,
over
I'm out."
now that he realizes that we've got some hugging going on and not murdering. He will look over at Devlin and he will say, "Can you go and fetch Nithrali?"
Devlin kind of looks over at the window that Nithrali crawled out of, like, really? And then he goes stomping off to go. It awkwardly kind of crawls through the window, which full plate armor kind of difficult. Be like awkwardly
Yeah.
just crawl through.
I want art of all of this.
And you see, well, as she's pulled down her hood, you see tiefling, short horns, very dark skinned, looks very young. You would say probably like 17, 18. And Leanna says, friends, this is Riza. She takes care of the children in the area. Riza, these are my new friends. We were investigating my lab. Apparently someone broke into it. Leanna hasn't looked in her lab yet. She hasn't seen any of it.
Zildath will kind of just nod along to that. But now he's standing there letting them kind of greet each other. But he'll look at, what did you say your name was? Riza?
Riza.
Riza. Yeah, he will look at Riza. And he will ask that, did you see what happened? And kind of head motion towards Liliana's lab.
So she kind of gives you a kind of suspicious side eye, but yeah, I mean, if Leanna vouches for, but it kind of gives you a look like if Leanna vouches for you, then all right. She says no, I'd heard some, or well, the other kids told me there was some ruckus a few days ago, and I hadn't seen you in a while. I was getting worried, but I didn't know anything about that.
The children who heard the ruckus. Can we speak to them?
We won't be long, we promise.
She kind of looks over at Leanna for confirmation. Leanna gives her a nod. Yeah, you can trust them. She nods back after a moment and says, "All right, I'll see if I can find them. It may take a while. Don't worry. I'll find you when I've got them."
All right. Thank you, and I apologize about the door. We can try to fix it if you'd like.
Don't worry about it. We needed to abandon this place anyway. Too many people sniffing around lately, especially the guard watch after all the. Never mind. Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
If you're sure, I mean, we're the ones that didn't knock like civilized beings.
I mean, to tell the truth, it's not really ours anyway.
Nithrali may or may not be trying to climb up the side of a wall to get to the rooftop.
Is she like somewhere concealed that Devlin would have a hard time finding her, or is he going to
Probably
see her when he walks out?
Like, I mean, he might see her. She's about like halfway up the wall at this point, but her tail is dangling down. So if he's looking up, he might see.
So Devlin's going to kind of like walk out into the alleyway, look around, and start like sort of whisper shouting, Mithrali! Mithrali! Where are you?
Mithrali is gonna like jump a little bit in fright at the sound of his voice because she wasn't expecting to hear anyone. And she's gonna slip a little bit and she's gonna dig her tiefling claws into the brick wall to try and slow herself from falling entirely off the wall.
Ow.
She's going to look down and she's going to say, "You're an asshole! What?"
He kind of like holds out his hands like, what did I do? and then it'll tell you, hey, there's a person that I don't know. You should come see what's going on.
There's
Mithrali's gonna sigh heavily and she's going to let go of the wall and let herself drop the rest of the way. So she lands like in front of him and she's gonna shake the mortar and the brick out from underneath her hands. And they're probably gonna be bleeding, obviously, a little bit from the descent that was unintentional. And she's going to hit him with her tail in the chest and just walk past him and go back through the window that she went through to begin with.
So it'll kind of like be like startled. They're like, hey, where are you? And then as you go to leave, they'll like, wait, hold on. Try to kind of reach for your hands. Like it doesn't grab your arms, but he kind of reaches for like he wants you to stop and wants to see your hands.
Nathrali will be confused, but she'll stop for a second.
So he'll kind of gently, carefully look you in the eye and then take your hands in his if you don't pull away and close his eyes and focus and restore however many hit points it would have taken away from the fall and use his whatever that one fucking paladin ability is called. I don't remember the name of. To lay on hands to restore, like heal your fingers. And you feel kind of a tingling, and then your fingers stop bleeding and heal.
Nathrali is gonna feel the tingle, and she's gonna shake her hands out a little bit, and she's gonna look up at him, and she's gonna smile, but she's still gonna walk past him. She's not gonna say anything. She'll just smile and walk past him and go through the window.
All in this window, though.
He'll kind of grunt in like a you should be more careful kind of way, like not in like a he doesn't grunt in like a ungrateful. He's like
it's more like careful. God damn it.
Yeah, like God damn it, just gotta be more careful.
She's gonna smile to herself because he has absolutely no idea where her background is and climb through the door. And if he is following closely enough, she'll hit him in the nose with the tip of her tail.
Must have artifact too.
Asshole. Yeah, exactly. She's gonna like totally boop him on the nose. 100%.
Little snooch.
So about this time, with all this having happened, Lyanna's finally kind of working up the courage to go take a peek in her lab, especially with her friend Ryza here with her. Ryza kind of stands by her, just reassuringly kind of rubs her arm a bit, and Lyanna takes a step over and looks inside her workshop, and you just see like her heart drop. And she just kind of stands there for a minute. Just stares.
Zildath, he's kind of standing like off to the side. He's got his arms folded over his chest, and he doesn't say anything. After a moment, he says very very quietly. He just says, "Whoever did this, we will find them."
Talthay looks at her and says, It's horrible having your life's work taken away from you, but you'll come back from it.
So she kind of composes herself and walks in and carefully starts looking through everything, and kind of picks up some of the stuff that's been knocked over and scoots the debris out of the way, and very quickly just she just walks back out empty-handed and says, it's gone. Everything related to the artifact is gone. And as she looks at you, there are tears streaming down her face.
So Zildath looks at her with a kind of a compassion, um, and he says, he kind of everything about the artifact, all your research.
She nods. And, yeah, all of it was on that center table.
But they
I had a
Go ahead.
I had a journal. I was writing about it in the journal. I had some books that I had bought that I thought might be of use as a reference, and her voice is cracking, and she just can't continue.
He'll kind of Zildath will give her a second, and noticing that she can't miss it, she's crying. He'll lift up the side of his cake. His cake. I like cake. He'll lift up the side of his cape, and he will offer it to her.
Oh.
And as he lifts up the cape and kind of offers it to her, he says, "Everything that was broken was not related to the research. Am I correct? Like it's what they did to your lab seems excessive."
She use the cape and kind of wipe off her face a bit and nods. Yeah, all of anything related to it's gone. It's not there. The rest of it was just material, different projects. I had like 3 different things I was working on, and I had reference materials for all of it out, and all of that's still there, but it's destroyed.
They destroyed everything. I am sorry. He looks over at everybody else, and he's going to say that I think someone was hired to come in here. I think someone hired someone who didn't know left from right to come in here and just destroy everything. And if that's true, those people can be leaned on. If we can find them.
We'll find them.
Tokyo kind of leans in the door because she was still outside. He's like, you find people like that, right? So the sooner we get to...
Is the tiefling that hugged Liana, still in the house?
So she went in the workshop with Leona to help her look, and she's still in there. But around that time, uh, she steps out carrying a what would she steps out carrying a like a little box, like a chest kind of box thing that had been in a corner, just a small, like a little, almost a jewelry box size kind of box,
Okay.
and she's holding it open and kind of points at the lock on it, and she says, "This was done by someone who knows what they're doing." And she points at the lock and the specific way in which it was broken. Says, "This wasn't just a common thug. They knew how to break this lock."
So Nathrali's back in the house at this point when the child comes out with the jewelry box.
Absolutely, yeah.
What was Tolkien gonna say? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Vander. It popped in my head.
Oh, Tolkien is just like, we need to go to an inn or a tavern because that's where you ask questions.
You and your goddamn inn. Just we all smell bad. God damn it.
This whole town smells bad.
Exactly. It's like Las Vegas. Anyway.
I can't get y'all to leave the town, and I can't leave.
Talthay looks over at Tolkia and nods her head a few times, and she says, "She's got a point. All action happens at a tavern."
You two can go
Miss
to the
Holly
tavern. I could learn more elsewhere.
So it's actually at this point it's probably about afternoon. Like you spent most of the day kind of wandering around, like the back alleyways, getting to places, and you spent a little time at the clothing shop. So it's kind of afternoon, and you've all been awake since you were resurrected. You're all
Yeah.
feeling the exhaustion. In fact, I'd say at this point you're all about to suffer a level of exhaustion if you don't get some sleep soon.
I forgot we were awake that long.
Nathrali is going to walk up to the tiefling child, and she is going to ask her, if I needed to find someone that didn't want to be found in this town, where would I go?
Kind of raises a brow and thinks for a moment, and well, it depends who you're looking for, but I might know a few people.
Nathrali will nod and say, can you take me to them?
No, but I could take them to you.
At that, Nathrali will pause for a second, and she'll say, could you bring them to the inn without much trouble?
She'll think, and she kind of looks over at Leona again for confirmation. And Leona nods, yeah, you can trust her. She nods, okay, yeah. It might take a couple days. They're not the kind that are easily found, but I'll see what I can do.
Nathrali will nod, and she'll say to the others, if we go to the inn, we can get some rest and a shower, or and a bath. They don't have showers here. And it will be easy for the child to find us. And then she won't say anything else.
Talthay kind of muttered more to herself, kind of in a low tone. It sounded something like, "Oh, good, more shady people to meet."
Nethrali will roll her eyes, but she'll give the child a gold from her pack.
She kind of looks at it curiously for a moment, and you kind of recognize, like with your background, you kind of recognize this look in her eye of she's trying to figure out if this is a trick in some way. But then, with Leanna vouching for all of you, she seems to kind of reluctantly accept it.
I mean, it's a whole gold.
At her look, Nethrali is going to crouch down so that she is eye level with the child.
Oh, she's not like, she looks like 17 or 18. She's
okay.
She's about the same height as you.
Okay. At the look, Nethrali will very quietly say, "I was where you are." And that's all she'll say. She won't say anything else.
Zildath has tensed a little bit, and he will say, "The tavern may not be safe for me, but I will follow you there."
Tauthe looks at him and says, "I might still know some people, and honestly, depending on the tavern, they're going to be too drunk to notice you."
My murderer will not be too drunk to notice me.
Well, neither will mine.
Your murderer might not even be in town.
Banner's on the floor again.
So,
Perhaps not. I am merely making you all aware.
So at that point, Leona kind of has a thought and asks Ryza, "Hey, this might be a weird question. What day is it?" And Ryza tells you the date, which to be determined, but it is somewhere between 1 week and like a few months since you died.
Shit.
You all get to decide how long it's been, but at minimum, it's been about a week. At most, it's been like a few months.
It's definitely been at least a month for Nethrali.
It has been 6 months since I died.
I mean, it can be.
Yeah, I'll say it's been like 2 weeks. So, but anyway, Zildak is going to look freaking shocked when he hears the date.
I'd say with Tauthe's death and the gossip in the closed store, it's probably been at least a week.
Yeah, yours probably would have been one of the more recent
Most recent
deaths. Although Leona, actually, interesting, was the most recent of a few days ago.
Nethrali will make note of that, but she won't say anything. If Leona says so out loud.
You did hear in the clothes shop, Yanni had said she hadn't seen Leona in a few days. So
True. So did and her friend said she'd been missing for a
and
few
also
days.
yeah, Ryza said something about a few days.
Yeah.
So Zildak is
Druid. Oh.
Louder, Bander?
I said Tokia's a druid, so she knew it'd been about when they came back. The season was different, but it doesn't really matter because she's a wild druid. Now she's just a salty wild druid.
I love that.
salty druid.
Zildath looks a little shocked at the date, and he's going to say, "Well, that changes things. It will make it more difficult for us to track down who did this. They have days lead. We should go to the inn."
All right. So, are you all going to the inn?
Skippity doodle to the inn.
Hard asses need to go to the inn.
All right. So, Leona kind of leads you toward a good inn in the area. and Ryza actually accompanies you all the way to the inn. And any of you who are paying attention, you can tell she's keeping an eye out. She's keeping watch. She wants to protect Leanna and her new friends. And once you actually get to the end, Ryza kind of splits off and goes her own separate way. You almost don't even notice her leave. Like, she's there, and then she's just around a corner. And you get to the inn, and it's just a simple inn. It's the I didn't come up with the name for it. Let's call it the Blue Moon Inn.
Yeah, shitty beer.
Yeah, so you get to the Blue Moon Inn, and you walk in. The innkeeper is just a friendly chap, just it kind of almost used car salesman-ish, but not in like a malicious way. He's just kind of but like it's a decent inn. It looks decent. Managed to get a room for decent price. Whatever the book says is the standard price for an inn.
Cool.
20 silver.
Yeah, whatever the I don't remember what the inn price is. I should have had that open too.
I'm gonna say 20 silver. I mean,
So
how much was the cost of their gear? How much was the cost of their gear?
A gold.
Because even without having
Oh, you mean our starting gear? Depends on what we bought.
no at the tailor shop.
Oh, that costed everything. But we got 3 cloaks, a hat, and a scarf that was a gold, plus the gloves, which was extra.
which was actually supposed to be 2 gold, but because you sat and listened to her
Mhm.
old woman rambles, she cut it in half.
All right, so we'll say since I mean usually there's a higher rate for private rooms than there are for sleeping in the common room after hours, and since they're really tired, they're willing to pay the higher rate. But the question is, what is the rate, or what would be the rate per person for a semi-private where they all sleep in one room, or a private room?
So you managed to find you find the decent inn, and or well, Leanna leads you to the decent inn. You find the inn, and you're able to arrange for a rather decent sized room for, I'll say, 2 gold for the night. And it's a decent sized room. It's all in one room. Either that, or you can get separate rooms, but it'll be a gold each.
Hmm.
Toki doesn't care. She slaps 5 gold on the counter, says she wants baths for everyone and meals. Hot baths for everyone and a meal.
So they don't really have hot baths here, although there's
What
there's a
happened?
there's a place somewhat nearby where it says you could go there and get a hot bath, but it'll cost you about 5 gold a piece. It's a very like
Upscale.
it's very
Do you have
upscale.
cold baths?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got baths here, yeah. They're just not gonna be hot baths.
Yeah, Tokyo's just like, well, obviously nobody baths as bad as it stinks in this town. Fine, give me directions to the place with the hot baths.
All right, so it gives you directions. It's kind of it actually leads a bit more toward the red area of the city, but not within it. So you're still within the blue sort of area, but you can start to see like 1 or 2 people along the street on the way there to the bath with a little bit of red on their outfit, a little bit less blue, and yeah, you kind of get there, and it's very upscale, like pretentious kind of like marble baths, and like everyone's kind of posh.
Zildath has not gone to this place. Zildath is perfectly content with the inn and the cold bath. So Zildath has gone up to his room and is sitting in a cold bathtub.
Zildath just doesn't want to see people naked again.
Zildath has paid a gold for his room and gone up to it and is sitting in a cold ass bathtub that he's probably fallen asleep in.
Right. So it's not actually too cold. It's like it's room temperature.
Tepid water.
It's just like room temperature water.
He thinks that's the shit.
eh.
It's like luxurious to him. He looks like Geralt right now with his fucking feet hanging out the side. He's got his fucking prayer beads in one hand that have fallen out of his hand and are on the floor, and he is literally passed out in this fucking bathtub, which he'll be asleep for at least 2 hours.
I need art of this right.
Yeah.
Tokia has gone to the fancy bath and she's doing fully fucking works.
Talthe
So-
probably wandered into the. I guess I don't know if this place has like a main room, main hall, or something, but she probably briefly looked around to see if she knew anyone, and then went up to her room.
So you go there. You don't really see anyone that you particularly recognize, because well, I mean, you're not really from this area or anything, right? So, like, you're not from the area or anything, right? So
No,
yeah, you
she's
don't-
probably only been here maybe a week up before she died.
all right. So maybe you see someone that you'd met before, but not anyone you know really. Not really anyone who would know you.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, nah, Tokia's getting the fucking full works.
so Takia, you get there. It's this very pretentious up, and it's they actually, as they like pour the water for the bath, you can see the people pouring it are actually like, they look like low-level wizards, and as they pour it, you can actually see them kind of almost chant as they pour the water, and the water that sitting there looks about lukewarm. They begin to pour it, and it starts almost boiling a little bit as it pours in, but then it settles and mixes and becomes like warm, like just regular, like it's not boiling once it's in the thing, but like as they pour it, they're actually heating it up with
That's pretty
magic.
cool. That
Yeah,
explains
and
right.
it's like it's very much a show. Like it's kind of like you know when you go to certain restaurants and they like cook the food in front of you, it's like that. It's a show, and they make a show of it. And it's very very pretentious, and
Oh,
yeah.
they had her at hot bath. So that's pretty much all she cares about. She's
Oh,
just
yeah.
like, just run me a hot fucking bath and give me some stuff to wash the fleas out of my hair. It's been a rough week. And I woke up dead, so I just want a bath.
So they actually even have they have an option where if you pay an extra gold, they will they have like a platform above it where they'll actually run the water through basically like a strainer kind of shower head kind of deal, and it's basically a shower for like an extra gold.
She throws a gold at him. She doesn't fucking care.
All right, so that they kind of go up, and it's all like, you know, there's curtains around it all, so you know, modesty and everything, and then they like do the shower thing, and they're warming the water as it's going through, and so it's really nice and just really nice. Yeah.
Takia's washing her face, getting all the people stink out her nose. She's had a rough week.
Nathrali said fuck it along with Zildath and went up to her own room and took a tepid, lukewarm bath. And she's just kind of like half curled up on her side in the tub, blowing bubbles in the tub because she's a small child.
I also need art of this, please. Yes, thank you. Okay, good day.
So Devlin and Leona do pretty much the same thing. They each go to their rooms and take a bath, and Tokyo, you finally, you get done with the bath and you go back, I assume, and go to your room to sleep.
Yes.
And anyone else going to do anything before they go to sleep?
Well, there was mention of food, so there was eating before sleeping.
Ah, yes, yeah. The there is a sort of open buffet kind of thing, like not really a buffet, but like kind of an open, like you can kind of walk up and be like, can I get this or whatever, and they'll hand you a basic meal. Like it's not anything fancy, or you can pay extra for a little more fancy, tasty meal.
Nah, Target doesn't care about food.
All right. So they serve you the meal. It's okay. It's like hotel food. So you all get something to eat and bathe or whatever you do if you get something to eat. And then are you all gonna go to bed?
Yes.
All right.
Talthay probably fell asleep in her bed while holding her sword to her chest to make sure nothing happens.
Leona's got, god damn it. Nithrali has her dagger under her pillow, but her hand is around the handle, and she is passed the fuck out.
All right.
Once the bathwater was cold enough to actually wake him up. That probably got out of the bathtub. He said his evening prayer is very important to him. And yes, now he is passed the fuck out.
Nah, Toki didn't even bother with the bed. She just had the fire laid in her room and turned into a dire wolf and went to sleep in front of the fire.
That's fancy. That's
Oh.
fucking fancy as hell.
That's
So-
style.
So as you go to sleep, Tokyo, are like, what are you doing with the robe? Because the robe is really comfy. Like you feel like if you took a nap in this thing, like it.
I'm
I-
scared.
I mean, it's just really comfy. Like it's not like unnaturally comfy. It's comfy. It's like an old, like, you know how you use like old shirts sometimes as just like pajamas. It's comfy.
Well, she's pretty much got everything else kind of behind the door in a little bundle, but she took her robe and kind of like, before she turned into a dire wolf, kind of made it into like a little makeshift pillow. So she's laying on it when her head is on the robe.
Okay.
I'm very
So-
scared.
Pearl can't get over it, but what?
Okay.
'Cause she was
So as everyone goes to sleep, you're not like really in the slums anymore. You're not like in a fancy area, but you're in an area where it's you feel safe. You're all go to sleep. You get some nice rest. Tokyo, you
Mhm.
dream. You dream a very vivid dream. You dream that you're on a cliff. You're standing on a cliff face overlooking the ocean. And you look around and you see other druids, about a dozen other druids standing around the same cliff face, all of their hands lifted in some sort of ritual. They're chanting something and casting some sort of magic. And you yourself are also participating in this ritual. Your hands are lifted, you're casting the magic. And everything around you seems to kind of speed up. You hear the waves crashing against the wall of the cliff faster and faster. You see the leaves shaking faster. You see the sun and the moon doing somersaults over the sky, and everything's going in fast forward. and you see the ground beneath your feet begin to morph and change. And a sort of crevice opens up in the wall, in the cliff face facing the ocean. And you see, as it gets down to it, the water starts to trickle in, and then the trickle becomes a flow, and the flow becomes a surge, and it gushes in and forces its way like a zipper, just forcing its way through the land. And you can feel the power, and you can feel the chaos of it, and you can feel nature around you reforming. And the water continues on past where you can see, past your field of vision, but you can still feel it. You can feel the nature. You feel it gush along until it travels past the trees around you, past everything around you, off into plains, and then eventually off into desert. And you can feel the sand. And as the water trickles out into the sand and seeps out, you feel it seep in like a sponge, and you can feel all of the plants, the cactuses and the desert flowers, and you can feel the animals, the scorpions, the snakes, all the creatures of the desert, and all of them are being nourished and blooming and being enriched by this trickle of water. But then you feel the trickle become a flow, and the flow become a surge, and it gushes and pulls everything up with it and throws it aside and rips the sand from the ground and carries it along, and all the plants and animals get swept up in the power, and you feel this strength that you're bending nature to your will. And then you feel horror at it. You try to pull away, you try to sever yourself from that feeling. It's not right, it's not natural, you're destroying life. And you feel yourself ripping away from that feeling. And then you feel anger, but it's not your anger. And then you feel numb, and you feel like you're laying on the shoulders of the person that you used to be. And then nothing for a while. And you're not sure how much time passes, but then you feel a new presence after you don't know how long. You feel a new presence. And this presence, for lack of a better term, you feel like is maybe a kindred spirit. And you try to reach out, you try to reach out to this presence, and you feel the presence reach out back to you, and it lifts you up, and it seems to carry you for a while. And then you feel yourself laying upon this new presence, and it's nice and it's comfortable. And then eventually you feel yourself being sort of wrapped up, and the presence lays upon you. And
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die right now.
and you wake up. All of you wake up in the morning. You know, everyone wakes up refreshed. Everything's, it was a refreshing night's sleep. You really needed that after the resurrection, that you were all exhausted. So you're all waking up refreshed. And Tokia, you wake up, the pillow's gone.
No, not my pillow, not my hoodie. No, I'm
Your
real sad.
your robe is gone. You don't know what happened to it.
No, I'm real sad. My robe is gone.
but you still feel really comfortable. Like the warmth you felt from the robe, you're still feeling that warmth.
This robe is very suspicious. Suspicious robe is suspicious.
This robe has melded with her DNA and become a part of her.
Like, for real, I thought the robe was going to do the smother thing and I was going to die in my sleep.
Goddamn mother rug. Fuck this rug. You know what? In my notes, it does say fuck this rug.
So what are you doing, Bander?
I'm really, really sad because I can't find my robe. I'm still a dire wolf, so I'm just kind of like snuffling around in front of the fire.
You would no longer be the dire wolf because
Okay.
you don't be in that form and for how long?
A minute if she concentrates.
Yeah, you also do need concentration to maintain it. So
Oh, well then as soon as I fell asleep, I became a...
yeah.
So, okay, so I'm kind of wondering what happened to my robe. But I get up and, I wash my face and do the things. Put back on my gear from behind the door, which I may have booby trapped.
As you you finish washing your face and you go over to collect your gear, and you realize you're wearing your gear. You look down, your gear is on, but then you look over, your gear is still over there.
Oh hell!
Oh no!
Am I
Is this a robe with the fucking what's it called? Oh god, what's it called? With the glamour effect? Does her robe have a glamour effect?
I don't know. Find out.
I'm sorry, I got
do?
excited. I'm so sorry. I totally fucked up everybody's immersion. I'm so sorry.
I'm like
No.
looking, I'm patting myself to make sure that I'm solid first.
So as you do that, as you reach down and kind of pat yourself, to your fingers, it feels like normally you wear leather, right? Like you have a leather outfit.
Leather,
So
hide,
on your fingers, it feels like hide and leather. Like to your fingers, it's it feels like your armor, but you realize like the skin under where you touch, like it feels like if you like touch your chest, your fingers feel leather, but your chest feels your fingers as though you're not wearing armor.
What the fuck? Oh my god. This is the coolest shit ever.
I am like straight confused. I don't know what to do. So I just I pick up my stuff.
Okay.
I don't know. I touch my chest again. I'm like, okay, so I need somebody who knows magic other than me, because my magic doesn't cover this. So I
mean,
I think
I guess technically the sorceress would have some knowledge, but we'd still have to do like an arcana or a history check for it. Yeah. The artificer might know too. Like she's probably better equipped to research it.
But so I pack up all my stuff
character,
and I roll it into a little bundle. What I don't actually like, I put it in my bag and then put my bag on, and then I go to what I think is Nethrali's room, and I kind of scratch at the door. Because if she's asleep, I don't want to wake her up. But if she's awake, she'll hear it. So I just kind of like scratch at the door. For reasons.
At the sound, Nethrali's gonna jerk, and her dagger is gonna rip through the pillow that she was still laying her head on. And she's gonna completely forget the fact that she's naked, and she's just gonna go to the door and open it. Like she's just gonna jerk it open to see who is on the other side.
Nethrali, I need you to touch my chest right now and tell me what.
Does she look like she's wearing armor, or can I see?
Oh yeah, no, she's wearing armor. She's wearing her armor that she was wearing yesterday.
Nethrali is gonna she's still gonna be holding the dagger in one hand and the door handle in the other, and she's gonna look at Tokia and she's gonna say, You're wearing the armor you were wearing yesterday. Did you take a bath after you complained to all of us about having a bath? Which, by the way, I had.
At which point, Toki just sighs one of those pointed sighs and just reaches into her bag and pulls out her armor.
It looks exactly identical. It's the armor that she's wearing, except it's in her hand as well as on her.
Now, will you touch my chest and tell me what you feel?
Nethrali is absolutely not going to touch her because now she thinks that she's enchanted in some way, shape, or form. And Nethrali is not happy about that.
Enchantment!
Those of us. She's gonna step back from the door and motion with the dagger for Tokia to come inside.
So Tokia comes in.
She's gonna close the door behind Tokia, and she's gonna look at the dagger, and she's gonna shake her head at herself, and she's gonna set the dagger on the nearest table. And she is going to hesitantly reach out to Tokia's shoulder and touch Tokia's shoulder and see if she can sense any sort of enchantment or anything. I don't know what roll I need to make for this, Hez.
Arcana, I'd say.
Okay, I do not have advantage, and Nethrali just woke up, so she absolutely has no idea. Like, she can't tell. She's fucking exhausted from yesterday, and her brain is just completely offline, and she, because I rolled an 8, has no idea what the fuck is up with Tokia.
Did you touch a part that was covered in leather or a bare
She
part?
she touched her shoulder, which was possibly covered in leather. I'm not sure because I don't know what her armor looks like. I'm sorry. I forget.
Pauldron. It's a hide pauldron.
So, yeah.
So it would have been leather or hide?
Yes.
Yes.
So Nethrali, you feel hide, like it's hide armor. It's just hide armor. You don't feel anything weird about it. It's the same armor she was wearing yesterday. Tokia, you feel Nethrali's fingers run across your shoulder, like across like the bare skin of your shoulder.
Nethrali is just gonna look at her, and she like make full eye contact with her, and she's gonna just say, "Do you have 2 sets of armor?"
Tokia's gonna be like, "No, I went to sleep as a dire wolf because that's what I do, and I had this really great dream, and it was very comfortable, it was very warm, and I went to go put on my clothes this morning, and this is what happened. I only have 1 set of armor. I took a bath yesterday. I took a fancy bath yesterday. They poured hot water on my head. It was amazing."
So Tokia,
As a dire wolf, you won't stay a dire wolf, right?
What?
You know, if you go to sleep as a dire wolf, you won't stay a dire wolf, right?
No,
Because
it
she
makes me feel
knows
better when I
that
sleep.
she knows about the shape change thing.
I'll say that you can maintain it while you're falling asleep, but as soon as you actually reach like REM sleep, you change back. That's what I'd say. But Tokia, as you're talking about this, as you begin to describe the bath that you had yesterday, you begin to picture it. You picture like the nice warm water flowing down your body, and you picture that. And Nethrali, she's naked. Tokia's naked. Her armor just like kind of like
Of course.
collapsed into her, like you know Animorphs, like the old books Animorphs.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, her armor just kind of like it became her skin, and she's now naked.
Yeah, so it basically sort of melted into her skin.
Yeah, pretty much.
Nethrali is going to jump back, and her hands are going to come off of Tokia, and she's going to be like, she is going to say, "What is wrong with you? I thought you were a druid."
I am a druid. What the hell are you talking? Oh, Excuse me. And so she throws on her real armor.
So as you go to grab your real armor, it is once again your real armor, or it appears to be your real armor again. The armor comes back. As soon as you start to picture yourself wearing your armor, it comes back.
Would Nathrali have any idea what is going on? Like, would she be able to tell what is going on? Would she have like a knowledge of the history or the magic behind this?
This is unlike anything you've ever seen or heard of.
Okay.
I cannot go
So wait, just
around
so I
being
understand,
naked.
when Bander started thinking about her armor, she was no longer naked, and now she looks like she's in armor again?
Mhm.
Yep.
Okay.
So
Pretty handy
apparently,
trick.
whatever, if I think of taking a shower, I'm naked.
Mhm.
If I thought about putting my armor back on, I'm now wearing my armor.
Mhm.
This has some great and terrible implications. But just in case, I'm going to put my armor on top of my armor. Or maybe under it. I'm not sure anymore. But my cloak is gone. I'm going to say that. My cloak is gone. I got freaky skin now. And I'll put the fucking armor on. Because I can't think like this.
So are you actually putting the armor on over the armor?
Yes.
Okay. It's kind of awkward, and you managed to get it on over it somehow. It's weird and awkward.
That's fine.
So what are the rest of you doing while all this is going on?
You know what I'm doing.
You're wondering why there's a naked half drow in your room flashing armor off.
Mhm.
Zildath has done his morning prayer. He has packed up everything because he always has a go bag ready to go. And so now he is downstairs, sitting at a table, probably having breakfast. Looking around at everybody suspiciously.
Talthay woke up, and she actually woke up because she fell out of her bed. She washes her face, brushes her hair, this time leaving it down instead of putting it up. She gets her stuff together, and she kind of just sits in the middle of the room for a bit, like trying to gather her thoughts or just preparing for the day ahead, doing more. She cleaned up her violin a bit because that helps, keep your hands busy and not think about stuff. And finally, when she's ready, she starts strolling downstairs to go and get some food.
Zildath, by the way, smells like lavender because he bought soap, so he made sure to use soap. And
That's awesome.
I put it in
Zildath
my
like,
character
"Bitch,
sheet. He 100% he has soap in his bag.
That's
Bitch,
fantastic.
The dragon smells like lavender. Carry on.
Lavender dragon is a.
So what are Nethrali and so Tokia, you said you'd put the real armor over this, whatever this armor thing is, or the other way around?
No, I put the real armor because I don't know that the robe is whatever. All I know is that if I think I'm naked, I'm naked. So I'm going to put the real armor on top of that, the think I'm naked armor. Because then I know if I think I'm naked, I'm still going to have armor on. Makes
Good
sense in my
idea.
brain. So she just kind of manages to, put all her stuff on and get everything to where it is.
You wouldn't want to flash people at random.
Well, I mean, she doesn't care about being naked. That's not the point. The point is, if she thinks she's naked while in a fight, she's going to be naked in a fight. And she's like, then I get stabbed because naked people don't end up, they don't do well in fights. Unless you're a berserker, which she's not.
So are you joining the others at breakfast?
Yeah, when she gets situated, she apologized to Nathrali and cast mending on her fucking fucked up pillow. Which is a cantrip, which I can use. And she's like, yeah, I've had times where I the dagger too. And then she, walks out like a boss.
Nathrali will nod and tell Tokia thank you for repairing the pillow because she really didn't want to have to pay for it. But it also wasn't her biggest concern.
So when you mend the pillow, you see that there's still kind of like you can tell that it had been, at least on the one side, you can tell that it had been cut. Like there's still a kind of a mark where it had been cut, because but it's sealed back up. Like functionally, it's fine, but it still looks kind of like you can tell it was sliced.
It ain't perfect, basically.
Yeah, the mending it's kind of like welding something back together. Like it repairs it functionally, but it doesn't look as nice.
Mending fabric is a bitch anyway.
Nathrali will flip the pillow over to the side that doesn't look like it has been mended. and she'll make the bed and then she'll put her clothing on and carefully put the cloak that Talthea had purchased for her and her gloves on, and then she will pull the hood up on the cloak to completely cover her thorns. Right. She'll put the hood up to cover her horns, and she'll walk downstairs with all of her gear, and she will head up to the bar and ask for a mead with her breakfast.
All right. So, Talathe and Zildath, you see Nathrali and Tokia come down, and Tokia is double layered on her armor. Yeah, she's getting a few concerned stares from other people. There's one or two other people, nearby that kind of give her a weird look.
So Talthe looks at her and all she says is, rough night?
I don't want to talk about.
That's fair. That's fair.
Zildath has wiped his mouth with a napkin, all very polite, and he's taking his bowl back up to the bar. And he looks over at Talkia, and he's studying her, like, very inquisitively. He's got that investigator look on his face, and he goes, when did you buy 2 sets of armor?
I didn't. I don't want to talk about it.
Why are you... All right, but why?
So Taki goes, gets some breakfast, sits down next to Talathe, and starts eating. Face almost in the bowl, just literally shoveling it in as fast as she fucking can. Waiting for everybody to sit down so she can only say this one.
So he's got a glass of water now. He'll sit back down at the table, and he's just...
Devlin and Leanna come down, and Devlin grabs food and sits down, starts eating, and sees the double armor, gives you a really weird look, and then just eyes still wide, just kind of turns back to his food and continues eating, pretends he didn't see that because he doesn't know what's going on. Leanna, she sits down and she's just looking at you, kind of afraid to ask. And she just waits.
Is everybody here?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep.
Yeah, because Nathrali is up at the bar still eating her breakfast and ordering a second mead. Because yesterday sucked.
Yes, it did. But yeah, so she's basically waiting for Nathrali to acknowledge their existence and come sit with the kids.
Nathrali chugs her second mead and orders a third and fourth in succession and starts sipping the third and heads over to the table where everybody's at.
You can tell that after the second, the bartender, you can see a look in his eye like he's considering cutting you off, but then thinks better of it and just gives you the third and fourth.
Nathrali will leave him a gold on the table as a tip for not questioning her about it.
All right, since everybody's sitting at the table now, Tokia basically takes a deep breath, licks her spoon. She's a fucking druid who lives in the woods. Don't judge her table manners. She's had a rough week. So she licks her spoon and proceeds to tell them about last night. You know, about the druid, well, as best she can, about going to sleep as a direwolf, blah, 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 blah. You know, and when she interjects, yes, I know, and as soon as I actually fall asleep, I'm no longer a direwolf. It still makes me feel better. And then she carries on and tells them about
Nathrali chugs her third mead and slides the glass for it to the center of the table and starts drinking her fourth.
And then, so she tells him about the dream and then what happened up to the point where she woke up, got ready to get dressed and was dressed. And then she, you know, told them about the, think about being naked, and that's why she's wearing 2 sets of armor. No, she didn't buy 2 sets of armor, but now apparently she has 2 sets of armor. Only one goes naked when she thinks about it. At which point she closes her eyes and thinks about being naked.
So as you were describing it, you kind of thought about it, you kind of pictured it a little bit, but it didn't actually change when you think about it. But now that you stop, you kind of close your eyes, you think about it, it takes a moment, and this time you feel kind of a question bubble up from somewhere in your subconscious, or you think it's somewhere in your subconscious, sort of a question of, so you want to be naked right now?
I don't even know how to
And it kind of waits for a response.
And all Take can do is she really, really wants just her robe back.
So she wants her robe back?
Yeah, she wants to know what happened to her white robe that was very, you know, her robe that was very nice and super comfy.
So as you think that, as you think, I want my robe back, the way, and you think of the robe from yesterday and you think you want that, all of you see that her armor kind of the outer layer of armor kind of shifts around and adjusts a little bit, and you see like the under layer of armor kind of change color and become the white robe from yesterday, and it's like really bunched up under the arm.
At that, Nathrali gets up from the fucking table and goes with her glass of mead back over to the bar and orders another.
Talpe just looks at her and says, "Now that's quite a trick." In fact, she's so interested, she starts to poke at it to investigate, and I'm currently rolling to investigate it. 15.
Okay, so you poke, like I assume you poke somewhere where her over armor isn't covering. So,
Yeah.
so you feel linen cloth, and Tokia, you feel her finger against your skin.
So Zildath is now very, very like just got this perplexed expression on his face. And so he says to her, "Take me back through what you did last night before this happened."
So, Leona is just fascinated. Like Devlin is eating his food. He kind of glances up, and his eyes go wide again. He just goes back to eating his food. He's like, "I'm not getting involved in this. This is bullshit. Fuck that. I'm eating my food." He's having none of it. Leona is just yeah. So Leona is just fascinated at this moment. Her eyes are wide. She's like her usual shyness is kind of suppressed at the moment. She kind of reaches out and like normally she's very timid and careful and doesn't want to like touch you guys in a way that might startle you or something. She doesn't even really think about it. She just kind of casually reaches out and like grabs at like an edge of the robe. Like probably I'd say a bit of the edge of the robe would be like sticking up around your shoulder or neck area. She like where kind of the opening at the front would be. Part of it's kind of laying there. She kind of like takes her fingers, kind of grabs at it, and tries to like kind of pull it away from your skin to like see, between the robe and your skin. And as she does, the robe seems to maneuver out of her grip and go back into place where it was against your skin.
I mean, at this point, I'm just done. It's early in the morning. It's been a rough week. I started off dead. I've had my sinuses burned with the stink of humans. I woke up naked and not naked at the same time, and I just had breakfast. So I'm just very much in land of, you know what? As long as it doesn't try to kill me, I'm good right now. So she goes back and gets another bowl of breakfast.
All right. Well, so you're all just sitting there eating, staring at.
Go ahead. I don't know what role it would be, but Zildath is now like searching like his memory, whatever, to try to see if he like ever heard about some strange shit like this before. Ever? Like what? I guess he's trying to figure out like what this robe thing is.
So
answer him. Sorry.
So everyone can try to roll history, but with disadvantage. So you roll twice and take the lower number.
Got it.
Okay.
Well, it's 12 all around. Okay.
All right, so 15.
Okay, I'm going to assume 5 either way.
So who got what?
Finish her 4th pint. Start on her 5th and order a 6th.
I got 12.
Oh, yeah. I got 15.
I got 5.
2.
So Zildath, you haven't heard of anything like this. In fact, you've rather specifically never heard of anything like this. You would remember something like this. You haven't heard of anything like this. This isn't a thing. that you know of.
Got it.
And you're pretty certain of that this isn't a normal thing. This, like, if this was a normal thing, you're pretty sure you would have heard about it, but it's not a normal thing. Tokia, you remember, you're not sure the details, but you vaguely remember an ancient tale that you'd been told of druids of the olden days. We're talking millennia ago. Of druids who could craft items of natural material, like natural items, very nature druidy items that they had interesting, weird properties that no longer exist. I mean, no one has any idea how to make them anymore, but they had interesting properties, and they would sometimes retain an impression of their previous owner and come through in dreams. But that's about all you remember about it.
So I guess I relay that history, goodness.
To the people at the table, so Nathrali has no idea.
Yeah, all the table people, all the cool kids. Not Nathrali, who doesn't want to hang out with us.
Not the drunkard.
Not getting drunk. She fucking done.
But yeah, so she tells everybody. She's like, this is fairy stories that they tell you when you're little, you know, and they're trying to teach you words for things, and they tell you stories, and this is one of the stories they tell you. It's not supposed to be real. This is not supposed to be real. This is impossible.
Just like all of us being resurrected, that was supposed to be impossible too.
People get resurrected maybe not all the time, but a lot more often than, you know, magical druid clothes coming to life and appearing.
Well, clearly that
and
is what has
talking to
happened.
you.
It talks to you?
Yes. not so much as with words and stuff, but kind
Says
of.
hi. How are you? What's
I
up?
am curious.
You're
though,
pretty.
Is it as sturdy as the armor that you wear? Because if so, it will serve you greatly in battle.
It feels like cloth. It doesn't feel like armor to me. When you touch me, you think you're touching the thing, but it feels like you're touching my skin, kind of. So I don't know, and I'm not exactly chomping at the bit to fucking find out, because that's just gonna end deadly again.
Indeed, it would be dangerous to test.
So Leona raises a question. Have you tried taking it off?
Well, I thought about being naked and it disappeared.
I don't understand. Aren't we making this too complicated? Why can't we just take a needle and try to poke her with it?
Sorry.
If you poke me, I will turn into a bear and I will eat your face.
Oh, don't you want a safe and controlled environment so we can actually see what it does?
If you keep talking, I'm going to turn into a bear and I'm going to eat everything but your face.
If you keep talking, I'm gonna see everything but your face. La 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 la. Don't you want to know what this thing is? Tally suddenly snapped at her.
As long as it doesn't kill me, I'm fine. It's fine. This is fine. Everything is fine.
She don't give a fuck, Keisha.
She literally said she's gonna stab me with a pen.
I said poke with a needle.
Yes, because that's so much better.
Yeah.
I mean, a needle would not hurt that much, and we could test if you were to think of armor whether it actually
See?
supports you as armor.
See?
I could
See?
simply poke you.
And he had talons. You can use one of his talons to do it.
But if you do not wish to know, I will not say any more of it. We have much to do.
How sharp are Zildath's talons? Are they like super sharp, or are they like just sharp enough to where you'd feel the poke? And
Probably just sharp enough to where you feel the poke. I don't think he sharpens them up.
You don't sharpen his shit.
Yeah, he doesn't use them like fucking claws.
so it'd be kind of like digging a fingernail into your skin almost.
Yeah, probably a little bit more uncomfortable because it's dragon. He's got dragon hands.
Yeah.
Next time, I hope one of you gets the weird magical armor, and then I'm gonna take so much joy in stabbing you in the thigh.
If I was wearing magical armor, I would indeed want you to stab me, so I would know whether or not it worked.
Same.
I'm so glad my character's at the bargain ship piece right
In fact, I
Alright.
would hand you the hammer so you could beat me with it.
That is excessive. You might get hurt if you were to hit yourself with a hammer and the armor wouldn't work. I feel as though your suggestion with the needle would have been far more effective.
Alright, so Taki takes off her pauldron and one of her bits and holds her arm out to Zelda. It's like, just get this the fuck over with.
All right. What does it look like now? Does it look like what is he looking at? What does he see?
She sees her arm.
So Nethrali, or not Nethrali, Tokia, what do you wish it to look like at this moment? Do you still want it to look like the robe?
She thinks about it for a minute and she wishes it to look like the sleeve armor that she just took off that's sitting on the table.
All right, so it looks like that.
Okay, so Zildath is going to reach over. He's keeping careful watch on her face to notice her discomfort, and he's going to take his talon hand and he's going to poke at the leather, and he's going to slowly apply pressure.
So to Zildath, it feels like leather. You literally can't tell the difference. To Tokia, you can feel the nail digging in, but the pain is numbed a lot. Like you can kind of sense that you would be feeling pain, but it's almost like it's trying to shield you from the pain, and so like you can feel the nail, like you can feel it. It's just it doesn't really hurt.
Okay, so
Do you feel this?
yes and no. It doesn't hurt, but I can feel you pressing on my arm.
You feel the pressure.
Very much like if you were pressing on my arm, kind of naked, but without the pain.
That is interesting. He will stop applying pressure and take his hand back.
I don't know what to do anymore.
I have
So she just
So I get Leona's gonna kind of so have you tried removing it?
Have you tried taking it off and putting it back on?
That's exactly what Hess is going for. At this point, Nethrali's going to finish her 5th pint, order a 6th, and go back to the table. And she's going to plop herself down next to Tokia. And she's going to go, did you figure out what the weird armor thing is yet?
Not yet.
Did you try to take it off?
We're getting to that point. Considering I didn't put it on, you can see how taking it off wasn't my first concern.
That's fair. You should try taking it off, though.
Is there any more mead left at the bar?
Possibly, I'm not sure.
Go get me a couple of pints. I appreciate it. So
Nithrali will finish her 6th pint and she'll go up and she'll order 3 pints.
that's
1
fine.
for her and 2 for Tokyo. And she'll bring them back to the table.
He's looking at all the pints, and he's kind of going to cant his head, and he's going to say, "We have much investigating to do. Is drinking wise?"
I'm wearing a magic.
Nithrali's gonna look at him and she's gonna just take a sip and not say a word. And she's gonna scoot one of the pints closer to Tokyo and she's gonna go, "Sir, you gonna take it off?"
Talthe says, "Well, I know I shouldn't drink. I'm too much of a lightweight."
Sucks to suck.
So Taki just takes a moment, tosses back the pint, slams the thing on the table, and then starts taking off her actual and putting it on the table. Until all she's wearing is the magic armor. At which point she then closes her eyes really hard and concentrates on wearing a robe.
All right, so you're wearing a robe.
And then she pulls the robe over, or tries to pull the robe over her head.
So you feel this this robe, this very nice, comfortable robe. Which, by the way, while it was in the leather armor form, it was also still just as comfortable. It's really comfortable no matter the form. Even when it looks like skin, it's comfortable. But you feel this very comfortable, warm robe. As you go to pull it off, you feel its reluctance, but it doesn't resist at all. It absolutely allows you to peel it off. You feel it kind of peel off of your skin, not painfully, but like you can feel it almost like it's sticky, but like it's peeling off, and you're able to completely remove it.
Okay.
So Jack, there's boobies, you better cover all your eyes. I'm sorry.
But yeah,
Yo, if she's suddenly
standing there.
flashing him, he totally will.
She literally took off the robe, and I mean she's wearing her pants because those aren't armor thingies. But yeah, so she then proceeds to put on her actual armor, and then she kind of cuddles the robe because it's really comfortable. It's really soft, and she's like, "See, I can take it off."
So as you're doing that, Leanna, her cheeks flush, and she's trying to avert her eyes. You see her sneak a peek or two, but she tries to avert her eyes. Devlin, during this whole thing, like, he realizes what's happening, and he just like turns the other way. He actually like kind of gets up, turns the other way, sits his food down facing away from you, and just continues eating. He is so done with this bullshit.
Nithrali is going to get up, go to the bar, order him a pint, and then she's going to come back with her pint still, sit down in front of him, and scoot the glass towards him.
Talthe looks Tokyo right in the eye and said, "If I were thinking about it, I would have played you a tune while you were stripping."
I'm sorry. No, I'm not.
So fortunately, throughout all this, the bartender and the one or two other patrons don't really seem to know. Like, you've been over here doing, fuck knows what for however long, that everyone's just ignoring you now, and no one notices you strip.
Devlin, drink the pint. It's important.
Devlin does not drink it. He looks like he's considering it, but no. And if you remember, he said last time that he's never drank alcohol.
I do remember. That's why she got it for him. I was hoping he would. Damn it.
He kind of nods a thank you, but no. And He doesn't drink it.
Nathrali will gently pat his cheek and take his pint as her own. She has a secret vendetta to make sure that at some point she gets him to drink a pint before this campaign is over, though. So everyone knows.
All right, so
Zildath, the
Takia,
absolute fucking. Oh, go ahead, Bander.
Okay, so Takia has taken it off and rolled it up and put it in her bag. Finished her second pint, and is like, "You guys are the one who are afraid to be naked. Naked is natural. It's not a big deal. I wouldn't wear this armor if it wasn't for the fact somebody stabbed me in the kidneys. City.
It's possible it would protect you from that.
Nathrali is on her eighth pint at this point. And she's gonna look at Tokia and she's gonna giggle a little and say, "Who cared about you being naked? All they did was look away."
That's my point exactly. There's nothing wrong with me.
They didn't say there was anything wrong, though. They just looked away out of respect.
I don't know. Whatever.
To look.
Zildath is going to shift back and forth kind of uncomfortably in his chair now. and he is going to kind of tap the table, and he's going to stand up and he's going to say, "I am going to go down to the riverfront and see if I can find any information on the men who ransacked the artificer's house."
At that, Nathrali is going to chug her last pint and she'll say, "Would you like some company?"
And Zildath is going to look straight at her and he's going to say, "Are you sober?"
Do we have to get a wagon for you?
Wait, I didn't. Too many people. I didn't hear.
I didn't hear what Talthe said either.
All she said was, "We're going to need to get a wagon for you."
Nathrali rolls her eyes and stands up, and she wobbles for a second, but it's not it looks like somebody that has stood up too fast, so all of the blood has rushed to their head, but it's she doesn't look outwardly shit-faced, at all. She does not look drunk in the slightest. And she's going to look at Zildath and say, "Would it matter if I was? I'm still observant."
You are. But we are investigating, so let's not burst through doors immediately this time. Agreed?
At that, she's going to smile and she's going to say, "But I didn't burst through the door."
That is the sigh that he gives her. That he will sling his pack over his shoulders and he is walking out of the tavern.
She's going to smile in the most frustrating way. And she is going to merrily skip along behind him with her tail swishing back and forth happily as she goes like a spoiled child because she knows she got her way.
Talthe's gonna stand up, give the barkeep another coin, and actually ask him if he's seen anything unusual around these parts, like strangers or anything odd.
Other than
Sure.
us.
Yes,
Who are you
other than us.
The bartender. She's asking the bartender.
Not that I can recall. There was a bunch of wedding guests about a week ago, but other than that,
It's a drinking game. Anytime someone says the word wedding, her face, who's normally very sun-kissed, just gets really pale.
I could totally break out the brandy and make this a drinking game, but it's also 6 o'clock in the morning. So at this point, I'm like, maybe I should stop drinking and just switch to water, which I've done.
So after he says that, she just freezes for a second, and all she says is, "Thank you for your time," and goes out the door.
Yeah. So good. It's so
Oh
good.
my god.
And none of the
So-
party members actually know just how bad that wedding actually was.
Poor Talitha. She's like, I'm so tired here to this fucking wedding.
She gets triggered every time she hears it.
Fuck this wedding. Fuck this wedding.
So, Bun, what's Nethrali's constitution score?
I knew that was coming. I fucking knew that was coming. Her constitution is 17 with a +5 on saving throws because she has proficiency.
In drinking?
But what is your actual constitution score?
3.
Okay. And you had how many drinks?
She had 8.
I had 8.
Okay. So for the next 4 hours, you're going to have advantage on charisma checks and and disadvantage on wisdom and dexterity.
Oh
Wisdom
boy.
and dexterity? Okay. Disadvantage. Let me write that down. How many hours did you say?
Let's say 4 hours.
Now, is that 4 hours game time or 4 hours real time?
Game time.
Okay. Which is what real time?
I don't know. However long. Yeah.
Make some shit up.
Okay, so disadvantage on wisdom and wisdom and what else?
Wisdom and dexterity, like all wisdom and dexterity stuff, you get disadvantage, and all charisma checks, you get advantage.
She's a charming drunk.
Mhm.
And I actually did find like stats and stuff, and I rolled out the.
That's
Oh no,
The
I
wedding dice.
figured you like had a table or something. I
Yeah,
had to make sure I wrote it down so I didn't forget.
yeah.
I'm not sorry. Look, she fucking died yesterday and then woke up naked in her bed, and somebody was like, hey, I've got this weird ass fucking robe and I got some fucking clothes on, and then I ain't got no clothes on.
That's
What's up?
That's
What up?
I
What
mean, when magic shit happens, you go to the magic shit person.
I mean, but the artificer would have more experience with artifacts. I'm just fucking saying.
You know what, Bud? Don't say anything, because every time you say something, there's lightning or thunder outside my house.
You're fucking welcome. I like lightning.
I
Anyway.
do too, but not when you're like, I'm just saying. Like,
That was amazing.
legitimately what just happened.
I'm sorry. I can't help it though. It's a little funny. Also, we haven't had like a legit break. Does anybody need to go? Other than
I
me?
was just about to say that. Although first I want to say, Tokyo with the comfy robe thing off now. You no longer feel the comfy, warm fuzziness, the good feeling robe, because now you just have your regular armor and you don't have the robe on, but
now
you don't
the
feel
robe.
any negative effects, and it's like, I mean, you unequipped it, you don't feel any negative effects from it or anything. You're fine. It's just you were nice and comfy with it on, and now you're not.
Now I'm my regular salty. Okay.
Not my regular salty self. Oh my god. I love you.
And with that, we need to take a break.
Yeah, because
And-
I have to pee so bad.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be grabbing some alcohol.
Oh, that means I can break with Hess now. Okay, time to pour more some.
Time to
Be right back.
dehydrate,
Just a tiny bit.
Yeah.
Oh, it is raining.
Okay, got my card.
Your cat. Your options are be out there, scary and annoying, or in here, less scary.
Is Hess back?
Yes, I am.
I bought the Curse of Strahd.
Ooh, nice.
I'm determined that you and I are going to play the Curse of Strahd together at some point.
I mean, it's pretty rough.
I don't give a fuck.
We kind of got a lesson in just how tough it is in that last session. We kind of went a place that the DM was kind of subtly hinting out of character that maybe we shouldn't go there, but we went there anyway, and he kept kind of dropping hints that, hey, maybe you guys should, get the fuck out of here while you still can, and we didn't, and we dug our hole deeper and deeper, and basically the essential quest NPC that we needed to protect and escort is now in stasis and captured by witches.
Wow.
Shit.
And
Okay.
these witches kicked our asses. I just want you to know these witches just absolutely mopped the floor with us.
And I would like to play this game with you. Do not spoil this for me. I understand it will beat the shit out of us and absolutely tear us. And honestly, it sounds a little bit like Odyssey of the Dragon Lord.
Possibly.
And I really want to play Odyssey of the Dragon Lord with you guys too, because I think it would be a lot of fun. If we do Odyssey of the Dragon Lord, though, my only request is that we do it with the epic backstories, because I feel like the epic backstories really add something. Like Tai Chei's husband and son and her mom and dad being missing is because of her epic backstory. So I really feel like we should just play as many campaigns together as we possibly can. Everyone in the call right now, because it's amazing.
I feel like Tally's never gonna marry.
Oh no, we don't have to play with these characters. I'm just saying, I would really like to. I would really like to play all of these campaigns with you guys. Like, y'all are my set D&D group. Like, this is my ride or die group. What's that makes?
They would totally get married and have like kids with a half.
What'd you say, Vander?
What?
I said
Yeah.
They would totally get married and have like 8 kids with a half orc.
I could see that. They'd make puns all over the place, but yeah. They would that's how they would confess their love, is puns back and forth to one another. Just different puns.
Like their firstborn child would be named, if it's a girl, Rapunzel.
100%. How many Mike's Hards did you grab?
Just one so far.
You should have grabbed two, because I'm probably gonna make you want to, or gonna make you want to drink more before the end.
I'm back.
Did you grab wine?
No, there's no wine.
Oh, is there beer?
No, there's only the gross beer that Pixel likes.
Oh, never mind then. I don't want you to have to drink gross beer.
I would not drink gross beer, but she
It's
likes
not
it, so it's
gross.
It's Pixel's beer. That's all.
It's
It's
Pixel's beer.
Pixel's beer.
The house-
Husband likes Blue Moon,
Ugh.
and I don't. I can't stand Blue Moon. So if he buys Blue Moon, it is husband's beer. It is. It is not a shared beer. It is husband's beer. So. Oh, okay, so Nethrali is drunkenly following along behind Zildath.
I want art of this whole night like so bad. Oh, that's so much art. So Zildath
By
is
the way, for future reference, Nethrali absolutely sleeps naked all the time. Because she can.
Zildath sleeps in an old man robe clutching his prayer beads. Okay. So when he actually gets to sleep in it, and normally he's like camping out in the woods and he's just sleeping with his armor on. So,
Yeah, that's fair. Nethrali will wear her clothes when she's camping, but
so he is on his way down to the river, where the river runs into the city. And he's going to like the seediest part. That's the part he's making a beeline for. I know it's probably all kind of shady down there, since you said it was like a smorgasbord of like the colors. But he's looking for.
It's not really seedy. It's like, imagine like a really busy docks where like it's just constant commotion everywhere. There are people everywhere trading and moving stuff, like people loading supplies onto ships, loading goods off of ships. It's constant trade and commerce just
Hustle
all along the river.
Yes.
Nethrali, as they get closer to the river and she sees the bigger ships that are docked, her tail is going to slowly start lowering and lowering until it wraps around her waist. And she is going to pull her cloak that Talthe gave her closer around her, and she is going to look at the ground, and she is just going to make sure that she keeps sight of Zildath in front of her.
So Zildath is walking through this crowd, maneuvering, and he's going to look for maybe like a dock master.
Harbor master.
Harbor master, yeah. Whoever, somebody who looks to be kind of in charge of their little area of this chaos. If such a person exists.
So it seems like you definitely don't get the impression that there's anyone in charge of the whole area, because like this river actually runs straight through the middle. Actually, it's a rough idea. I might change it, but just to give you an idea of what this is, put it in D&D if I can.
You could also have dropped it in Roll20.
Oh yeah, I didn't really think that, but I think that's the one. Yeah. So I might change it a bit, but here to give you an idea.
Got it. Got it.
So, like, pretty much the whole city is built along the river,
Mhm. Mhm.
and so pretty much half of the city is the riverfront.
Is the
And
river's like common ground?
yeah, so especially you from like what you know of the city, you know that the different factions, the three different groups don't like each other, but for some reason that you're not quite sure why, but they all there's an unspoken agreement that no one makes a move on the riverfront. It is no man's land. No one's willing to try to claim ownership of the riverfront. It's neutral territory. So like all along the river is just neutral territory, especially toward the like within the walls along the river. Especially that it's no one claims. And as you look around, you see people along the riverfront.
Mhm.
Uh, some are wearing red, some are wearing blue, some are wearing yellow. They're talking to each other. They're all trading with each other. No one seems to care what color you're wearing.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
you see like guards walking along. You see groups of guards wearing different colors. Like the people who work here, it doesn't matter which faction you're from. It like everyone just kind of agrees no one makes a move on this. Like this is no man's land.
Mhm. Mhm. I got you. I got you. Is it all just kind of? Is there a bar? Is there or is it all just kind of open wares marketplace, that sort of thing?
There's like along the river, at some point along the river, you can find pretty much anything your heart desires.
Mhm.
Like it's not like constant. There's not like a bar every 20 feet or
Right.
something. But
Right.
if you travel along the river far enough, you will find whatever it is you're looking for.
Okay. So as Zildath is kind of he's moving through these crowds and he's kind of refamiliarizing himself with how it works down here, and he's listening to passing conversations as he's moving by, and basically he's kind of on the hunt for somebody who might any kind of conversation that talks about wanting to hire people for labor. If he overhears anything like that, if he doesn't, he's going to find the nearest watering hole.
So you hear this like all along the river is it's pretty much um i- it's just capitalism gone wild. Everyone is just buying and selling everything. There are people like negotiating contracts for things. There are people negotiating like contracts to do labor, contracts to like send mercenaries to various kingdoms. You hear the names of cities like on the other side of the world, and if you listen close enough, you're gonna hear plenty of people talking about hiring people for
Did
jobs.
Macaulay see the ship that she was on?
Um, hmm. How big of an area are you looking for it?
She's
Like,
looking all along the harbor.
so are you gonna like walk along the river a while and
Yes.
look for it? So roll a perception.
I have disadvantage on that, right?
Yep.
Yeah, because it's wisdom. So the lower of the two, so I get 8. So no, she doesn't fucking see it.
You see several ships that look like the one that you're on. You can't tell if any of them are the one.
Nithra spit on the ground and walk to catch up with Zildath.
Talthay is there's quite a big distance between her, the Tharley, and Zildrath in the opposite direction. She was hoping to, gain more ground by separating and talking to other people. So she's kind of in the middle of the crowd, trying to look around, trying to see if there's anyone maybe interesting she could talk to about stuff, try and pull out her charisma card.
Oh, there's plenty of interesting people. As for anyone who might know anything interesting, it's hard to tell. Are you looking for anything in particular, like any type of person, or?
She is particularly looking for someone that's selling jewelry, because she's noticed in the past that people who typically sell jewelry are more on the up and up. They have higher contacts because that wear is rather valuable.
Yeah, you see a few places along the riverfront of people selling various kinds of jewelry. There are some that specialize in magic jewelry. There are some that specialize in non-magical, and just anywhere in between.
She takes interest in the booth that looks like it's selling magical jewelry.
All right. So you gonna walk up and talk to the guy?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you see this guy who's basically dressed kind of like stereotypical crystal ball mystic, like fair person. Voice is kind of matching that, or like a carnival person. He's like a carny. And he has a huh?
Does he smell like cabbage?
Maybe a little bit, yeah. Although you can't tell, you're not sure if it's him or if it's the cabbage being loaded on a ship nearby. But yeah, you smell faint cabbage. And he welcomes you. Welcome, hello. How can I help you?
So she straightens herself up, and she actually entangles her fingers in her hair a little bit and just starts lazily twirling it around her fingers. And she says, "Oh, hello. Oh, what a beautiful morning it is. How are you doing?"
Well, I'm wonderful. I just made a great sale.
Oh, that's fantastic. What did you sell?
I just arranged for a supply line of well, I wouldn't exactly want to give away all the secrets, but let's just say it's a lucrative deal of lightly enchanted jewelry to that I expect to be rather consistent.
Oh yeah, you see, I had a cousin that was really interested in getting into that fine art of jewelry making and enchanting. Do you happen to know if this client, was interested in other vendors, or maybe they knew some interesting people? Maybe people that are a little newer to the area? You see, me and my cousin, we actually just got here ourselves, so we're interested in meeting all kinds of people, like hopefully new people like ourselves that are just trying to find our way around.
So roll a deception.
Why you always lying?
All right, let me see. My saving throw, so that would be
It will be a deception check.
right. So that would be, and I have proficiency, so 1d20 plus. It would help if I could spell.
Spelling is for nerds.
And remember, you do all have 3 inspirations per session, where before you tell me the number, you can re-roll.
Oh. Yeah, let me do that. I'm gonna use it. I got a 10, so I'm gonna go ahead and use an inspiration point.
Yeah, anytime before you finalize your number, you can spend an inspiration to re-roll a d20.
Damn it.
I feel like when you add numbers to this roll d20 dice, it purposely gives you a low number. I'm gonna stop using its fucking automatic thing. I'm just doing the math in my head. I'm onto its little fucking game.
And
That's
you
fine.
do choose when you re-roll it. You choose whether to keep the new one or the old one. So that'd be a 10. So he kind of looks at you a little bit odd. Like he's trying to kind of is you know, a little bit suspicious maybe, but it kind of shrugs it off. What was it you asked again? Like out of character? Forget.
She basically asked, in her lie, she was saying that she and her cousin were new to the area, and they were supposedly interested in, the jewelry making and enchanting of, and asked about this client, who they were, and if they were interested in being a part of another partnership or knew of some newcomers that were into that kind of thing. Trying to basically like a very flowery way of asking if anyone new that's interesting arrived in the city, interested in enchantments of things, a very flowery way to ask.
Enchantment.
Enchantment!
Because she's not going to blatantly ask, hey, is there this guy that really wants an artifact? She's trying to really flowery ask.
So yeah, it kind of gives you a weird look. Like he's starting to be suspicious, but it kind of shrugs off. And well, I mean, yeah, there are always plenty of people coming through that have interest in various things. The only question is whether they have what you want and you have what they want. Um, the particular client that I made the deal with, I don't think they'll be looking for anything else at the moment. But if you're looking to supply, I could perhaps get in touch with some of my contacts.
That's quite that's quite handy. These these contacts of yours, have they been around a while, or are they new to the place?
Uh,
And with that, she kind of like slyly brings her hand down to her chest and kind of messes with her blouse buttons a bit. Not doing it, just kind of messing with it.
It's awesome.
So he seems a little less sure of himself now. It is maybe a little bit distracted, and I mean, well, some of them knew, some of them worked with for a long time. Uh, if you're looking to get in contact, I can certainly I could certainly see what I could do.
That would be lovely, I think. I would really, really, really appreciate that, good sir.
Would how would I get in touch with you?
Oh, I live, not live, but I'm currently staying at that inn across the road just over there. Just ask Ritali and you'll know.
And are you pointing to just like a random inn or?
The direction where we were staying.
Okay, so you're pointing at like where you actually are.
Yeah.
Okay, well it would actually be a fair distance away.
I can't remember the name of the inn.
Yeah, Moon Inn, I think is what I went with.
Moonglow or something.
Blue Moon.
Blue Moon.
Yeah, the shitty beer.
The shitty beer in.
So it kind of gives a odd look at that, but okay. All right. Well, I'll see what I can do. Try to reach out to some of my contacts, and maybe we can, arrange something.
All you gotta do is just tell them that a very, very, very interested party would like to talk to them.
Wow.
Fucking love this bard right now.
All right. He kind of he hands you basically a business card, and kind of gives a slight little wink.
And to that wink, Talthea just gave a very exaggerated smile and turned around and started walking off to where other interesting places are. And under her breath, she just says, "Fuck, I'm so rusty."
So,
Around, and does she like she's actually paying attention now? Does she see any like urchins or street children in the area?
Roll a perception.
I hate you.
Unless, or
While
are
she-
you actively looking for? Like, are you?
Absolutely actively looking for them.
So are you like actually like going up to like any kind of little crevices or alleyways, like looking?
Alleyways, and she'd be looking at like spots where she would have hidden as a child, things like that.
Okay, so I'd call that an investigation, so you don't have disadvantage.
Yay. Yes.
nice.
Very nice.
Finally, someone
Yeah.
can roll decently.
I know, right?
22.
So fairly quickly, you find just a small boy. It looks like it looks like he's probably half elf, you would guess,
Okay.
but it's hard to be sure. His hair is very messy and kind of it kind of
He's all
covers his ears.
unkempt and very unwashed.
Yes, very much so.
Nethrali is going to very slowly approach him, and she's going to crouch down in front of him, and she's going to push her hood back. And she knows that as a tiefling, most people are afraid of her. And she's going to very softly say, "Can I ask you something?"
So he looks up and kind of scared, but then after a moment, you pull your hood back. He sees the horns, and you can see a sort of recognition that like he recognizes you're a tiefling. He thinks is what you're called, and he for a moment he seems scared until you talk to him, and now he's just curious. He wasn't expecting that. He says, "Yes, miss."
At him calling her miss, she'll smile, and she'll hold out her hand, and she'll say, "I'm Nethrali."
So he's very you've piqued his interest. He kind of cautiously reaches out and shakes your hand and says, "Hi, I'm insert name here."
Pip. Generic homeless kid name is Pip.
Yes, that's it. Pip.
Pip.
Dave.
Hi, I'm Pip.
Nethrali is going to smile a little brighter at Pip, and she's going to say, I lived on the streets too when I was your age. And I noticed a lot of unusual people. Have you seen anyone strange other than me in town recently?
Well, he kind of thinks for a moment, and well, there was about a week ago, there was a lot of people in fancy dress, and then there was some
This fucking wedding. Yes.
there were some strange men too, though. They showed up on a ship, and they I'm not sure what they wanted, but they didn't seem interested in trading. They went they weren't in fancy dress though. They were scary.
When he says they were scary, Nathrali is going to smile a little brighter, but it's not going to reach her eyes. Especially since she heard him say that they came on a ship, and she's wondering if maybe it was the ship that she had been on. And she'll ask, what was scary about them?
Well, I don't know. They just one of them was yelling at the others. It was a dwarf, and he was very he seemed really mad.
Did you hear what he was yelling at them about?
Something about the performers. Someone did something that they didn't like.
Sorry, I'm writing this down too. At the mention of performers, Nathrali is going to ask him, do you know if he mentioned if they were a half-elf or not?
He didn't say. He just said something about to it was telling them to clean up the area. I think someone made a mess.
Oh my god.
At that, Nathrali is going to file the information away and keep track of it, but she's not going to make any outward reaction to it. And she's going to say, do you have other friends that might have seen anything recently?
Lots of friends, yeah. And we come to the docks a lot, and we like to watch the people, and sometimes people leave things that they don't need, and we find them. And like I found this, and he pulls out kind of it looks like it had been part of it was like a fancy like hilt off of a sword or something, and you can see that he's kind of found a way to like attach a little string to it, and he made like a necklace out of the sword hilt.
Aww.
That's so cute.
Does Nathrali recognize any of the symbols or anything on the sword hilt?
No, it's just a really simple, like just a basic sword. It looks like a mass-produced
Like design or
sword.
anything on it. It's just a
No.
fucking
Yeah, it's literally just a bauble that he found that someone had dropped.
Nathrali will nod and say, yes, people lose the most interesting things sometimes. in the oddest places, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
Nethrali's not sure how long they'll be in the city, but on the off chance that she can get any more information out of Pip, she's going to say, if you or any of your friends see the dwarf again within the next 2 days, I am staying at the Blue Moon Inn. If you bring me information about it, or if you figure out where he's at, I will pay you for it. Can you do that for me?
You see a kind of a big smile on his face. He nods. Yeah, I can do that.
Nathrali is going to smile at him because she knows really he's mostly concerned about the money. And she's going to make eye contact with him. She's going to make sure that he is looking her right in the face, and she's going to say, one urchin to another. Do not bring me information that is false. It could be very important. Okay, Pip?
He nods and he kind of makes a gesture like a yeah, won't like I want to say like a gesture like I don't know what it would be in this case, but like kind of a
Street Urchins United gesture.
Scouts
more
honor.
more of like I was thinking like the Catholic like you know, tap the head,
Oh yeah, yeah.
shoulders,
Yeah,
kind of
it's
something like that, but like something more appropriate to the setting.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like he makes like a gesture that you recognize as like of course,
gonna-
on my honor.
He's
Kinda
going to
like
make he's going to make a little fist and put it over his heart and nod at her.
Yeah,
Of course, General.
that would work.
And
pinky promise.
she's going to return the gesture, and then she's going to pull 5 gold coins out of her pouch, and she's going to hand it to him. But she's going to keep them in her hand, and she's going to look at him, and she's going to say, be very careful how you spend this, and make sure that you and your friends stay safe. Do not let older children take this from you. And then she's going to very carefully put the coins in his hand and close his fist around them. And she's going to stand up and she's going to see if she can see Zildath.
So he very much like is so excited about it, but he takes your words to heart, and you can see as you stand up, he immediately starts like tucking the coins in different places. Like he tucks one in his boot, and he tucks one somewhere. Like he's making sure that if anyone tries to take one, they're not going to get all of them.
Yeah. So he absolutely took her words to heart, which is what she cared about. She wanted to make sure that he got some of that money and could actually eat, because he did help her. He helped her, even though he doesn't realize that he did, because now she can ask Talthia about the dwarf.
Children are the best.
Children are the best.
Well-
Zildath has the guy who was talking about buying mercenaries. Zildath will approach this man and get his attention, and then he will say that I am looking to purchase labor.
All right. Well, what kind of labor?
I don't need fighters. I need men who will be discreet. I need men for discreet tasks. Who do I speak to on this dock about this?
You kind of see a nod of understanding. He points over at a rather flamboyantly dressed man on another dock, like just across the river a bit, and says, I want to talk to Javier over there.
Excellent. Thank you. Give that man like a little camaraderie slap on the back there. And he's going to head on over to Javier.
Oh God, don't do that.
Sorry, baby. Sorry.
All right, so you approach Javier, and he's very flamboyantly dressed. Very
I love it. All I'm thinking is fucking Dandelion from Witcher.
Yeah, pretty much. And he's talking to someone. He's making very large, grandiose gestures and speaking eloquently and just very outgoing.
So Zildath is not wearing his cloak, so you can kind of see that he's a red dragon with a tail, so he looks like he looks like a character. So he kind of stands there and he looks at flamboyant dude for a second, like he's giving him like an inquisitive judging look, like he's trying to determine whether or not he should waste his time talking to this guy. That's the kind of look that he's gonna wait until like they make eye contact, and he's just gonna look at him.
So he continues for a minute and looks over and notices a red dragonborn standing there staring at him, and it's kind of keeps smiling and finishes his conversation and then turns to you and hello friend, may I help you?
That remains to be seen. I am told by the man on the docks over there that you are someone who can get me, and he kind of lowers his voice just a touch, discreet labor. Is it true?
He kind of glances around and makes sure no one's close enough to hear, and takes a few steps closer. Perhaps it depends what exactly you're looking for.
I'm looking for a small group, say 2 or 3 men, who can be trusted with tasks that would require absolute secrecy.
He nods like an understanding and kind of smiles, and I see. I believe I could arrange that. Any particular preferences? Any particular race? You want humans or other dragonborn or?
Assurances first, friend. Assurances that you are someone I can trust with this task. Because you don't look like a man who could get things done to me. You look like, and he kind of just gonna glance, give him like a once over. Well, you look like someone that my bard friend would hire to perform with her on a stage.
I heard with some taste.
He's not sure whether to be insulted or complimented by that. Well, I also do arrange entertainment of other sorts, but if it's secrecy you're looking for, rest assured, client confidentiality is of utmost importance.
Is that right?
I'm getting such Geralt vibes right now. It's fantastic.
Your clients, new, old?
Whatever you wish. I'm sure I can find
References, man. Do you have them?
That actually made me jump.
Well, I mean, our clientele, it tends to be not the most willing to divulge their identities to others.
I see, I see. That breeds well for what I want of you. He's gonna kind of just stand there with a thoughtful expression on his face, and he's still like looking flamboyant dude up and down, like he's just not quite sure. What about information? Do you also acquire information?
Ah, I see. So this is one of those. Okay.
I would rather
Certainly.
start small before I hand over a task that I need done. If you can get me information, perhaps we can continue to do business.
Ah, I see. So you're looking for a demonstration.
That is correct.
Perhaps that could be arranged.
Very well then. Later this evening, I will return, and I will send you. Later this evening, I will return with the information that I need. How soon will you be able to acquire it? What is your usual turnaround time?
Well, it depends on the information.
And if I need it quickly, are you capable of this task?
It depends how much you're willing to spend.
Well, the things I need to know first, perhaps you could do them quickly. We'll see. He looks him up and down like he's judging him like hardcore. But you need not worry about the gold. I will return.
At that, you see kind of a glint in his eye. As you mentioned, no need to worry about the gold. And he grins and nods. Very well. I look forward to it.
Zildath will kind of tip his head at the dude and then give him kind of another once-over, and then he'll turn around and he'll walk back through the crowd, and he's looking for his halfling friend.
So is anyone else near Zildath when he talks to this guy?
I'm not a halfling, I'm a tiefling.
Tiefling, sorry!
I know that Nathrali was looking for Zildath. I don't know if she was near him. She was talking to Pip.
So probably no. I think we're all scattered at the moment.
Yeah, like Chalthay's in the opposite direction. Where's Tolkien?
Yeah, Zildath's gonna go talk to his peeps about this because he's got some options.
And Liana are still at the inn. They never left.
Somebody's got to stick around in case some information actually comes in.
Yeah.
True. True.
When Nathrali doesn't immediately see Zildath, she's going to actually head back to the inn.
So yeah, if he doesn't find her in the crowd, then at this point he'll head back to the inn too, because he's kind of gotten the information he needs right now from the dock peoples, river peoples.
Yeah, and Nathrali's got the only information that she can think of, and she doesn't see the ship that she was on, which she is thankful for, because she probably would have gotten in trouble for murdering someone if she had. So yeah, she'll go back to the inn, and she'll go and she'll sit at the bar, and she'll order some food this time, but she is going to order another meat to go with her food. Because it's still been a rough day.
So however long it takes Zildath to get back, that's how long it takes, but he's coming back in. I don't know if he beats Talitha there.
She probably had a couple more attempts at merchants. One of which was probably going to accuse her of stealing or something.
Can Nethrali look for an amulet merchant on the way back to the inn?
Sure. I mean, it's yeah. You'd find at least one merchant that would sell some form of amulets.
Okay, so she'll stop at the merchant, and does she see anything that sticks out to her as a protection amulet?
Let me check something. You do find you don't find an amulet of protection, but you do find a ring of protection, which the merchant says, I mean, in theory, you could reform it. You could make it into an amulet. It should be possible. And you check the price tag on it. It's 5,000 gold.
Damn.
No, wait, I have advantage. Are you sure that's the price? It's only a ring. It doesn't seem that special to me.
He kind of sighs and in a very practiced hand that you can tell he does this a lot, kind of waves his hand and casts a detect magic spell to illuminate all the magic. You see all the various items on his stall glow faintly of magic, and you see I mean, you know from what experience you have with magic that detect magic, the more it glows, the stronger the magic, and the ring is one of the strongest glowing ones on the rack. And you notice that like the prices are pretty much proportional with like how strong the magic seems on it. In other words, you're actually asking about a rare magic item which is priced at 5,000.
At that, Nethrali will hold on. Because he is actually from here. At seeing the price tag, Nethrali her shoulders are going to slump a little bit, and she is going to make eye contact with the merchant, and she's going to say, do you have anything that would protect a paladin that isn't quite so expensive? I would like to get something for Lord Devlin Rake.
He kind of cocks an eyebrow and he doesn't seem to recognize the name, but he
bullshit.
He thinks for a moment and asks, protect in what way? Are you seeking protection from any particular type of threat, or
stupidity in the face of his father's ever encompassing reputation?
You see him kind of he doesn't seem to quite understand what you mean, but he seems amused.
Seeing his lack of understanding, she's going to explain. He's an idiot who thinks that he needs to keep pace with his father, who is also a paladin. It's ancestral, you see. The stupidity and the desire to keep up with them.
And finally, he kind of nods in understanding, and he thinks about it for a moment as I do some quick skimming and searching, and
Quick maths.
Quick maths. 2 + 2 is 4. -1, that's 3. Quick maths.
That's how I do math.
I couldn't resist. I had to. I'm sorry.
4 divided by 2 is.
No. No division. Only plus or minus. And give me a calculator, please.
I don't do quick maths. I don't do slow maths.
Exactly. I don't do quick maths. I only do calculator maths.
The only math I could remotely do was geometry, and that was it.
Oh, God. No, geometry was bad.
Geometry is better than algebra.
Nope. Algebra, this is no place for you.
Nah, statistics and probability was the worst.
What was the
I didn't
one?
get that
What was the one that had? I was actually pretty good at it. The one that had like sine, cosine, and tangent.
I think
Oh,
that's trig.
Yeah, introduction to trig. I was actually good at that shit because there was a formula and I could remember it.
Yeah, I suck at formulating.
I still remember the formula for a cone.
I had a table that I could write on my hand before a final, and my teacher never noticed. And I'm not fucking sorry about it. It was literally just the formula.
so he thinks about it for a moment and says, I'm not sure I would have anything here that would be what you're looking for. You could always seek out a cloak of protection. I hear that they are able to weave the protective magics into the cloak. It makes it much easier and cheaper than an enchanted ring. That you could probably find for, I'd say, maybe 500 to 1,000 gold, depending on where you get it. But I don't have
I
any.
probably will sigh, and she'll gently put the ring back in his hand, and she'll thank him. And she'll actually head towards Yanni's shop again and see if it's open.
Yeah, it would be open.
She would knock on the door and then gently push it open and go inside.
Well, hello, and you see her recognize you. Oh, you're one of Leanna's friends. Welcome. Come on in. How are you?
Nithrali will smile and she'll say, I'm well today. How are you?
Well, I'm doing just fine. Thank you for asking.
At that, Nithrali will smile and she'll sit on a stool that is near the counter and she'll ask Yanni if she knows whether or not she has anything in her shop that would help protect a paladin. And she'll say against his own stupidity.
She kind of chuckles understand like in understanding, and well, I'm not sure any of the items I currently have in stock would quite suffice for that, but I can certainly keep an eye out. And if anyone brings by anything, I can let you know.
Um, At that, Nithrali will nod almost emphatically, and she'll say, "If it's she'll say, if it's easier for you, I met one of the children in town named Pip at the harbor, and if you tell him to come to the Blue Moon Inn and leave a message for me, um, I would get the message, and I would also be able to help Pip a little as well."
She kind of gives a curious look, and I'm not sure I've ever met a Pip, but is and Pip being he can't exactly afford clothes, much less, or well, he can't afford food, much less clothes. So he's probably never been to a clothing shop.
No. Nathrali will describe him to Yanni, and she'll say he's one of the urchin children that is by the harbor most days. If I could,
Oh, he's probably one that that Ryza cares for.
at that, Nathrali will nod, and she'll say, if I could, I'd like to leave a tab for him so that if he does come in, you could give him maybe a new outfit.
At that, she gives just the most heartwarming, genuine smile and just nods.
And Nathrali will put 2 gold coins on the counter and say, I know it's not a lot, but it should be enough to cover a child's clothing. He is very small. Does she say anything to that?
She just kind of she's just kind of admiring you at the moment, like she like you can see the pride in her eye, like she's just pride in you, like just proud of you. And I don't know how to say it. I've been drinking a little bit. I'm not so good with words, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You can see the pride in her eyes.
Nathrali's gonna she's gonna blush heavily, and she's going to get up and she's going to say, thank you for your time. And she's gonna head back to the Blue Moon Inn.
Anytime, dearie. Please feel free. Always just make yourself at home.
So Zildath is going to go into the inn and he's going to look for his peoples. Who's here?
Apparently.
Vander, if you're on the floor again, you got to talk louder.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting up. Is sitting in the darkest corner she can find, just sitting there mulling over like tea and brooding quietly as she watches the rest of the room.
He's going to head on over to the brooder. Have you seen Talathay or Nathrali?
No, but they should be here soon because it's almost dinner.
I have information I need to share with all of you.
Almost lunch, not dinner.
Oh, whatever. It's almost lunch.
Talathay is probably the last to arrive because she's nothing if not persistent in her attempts with the merchants. So she walks in the door and she frustratingly runs her hand through her hair and plops down on the at the dining room table. And she just looks so annoyed.
Zildath looks over at her. What troubles you?
There's not really a dining room table.
Well,
What?
It's an inn. There's trestle tables.
It's an inn. There's probably multiple tables, not really just one.
It's just a general term. But she looks at him, and she just you tell it in her eyes, she's just so frustrated. She just says, I am very out of practice. It annoys me because at one point I considered myself a professional. And now one merchant probably thinks I'm a cheap prostitute.
Well, what do you consider yourself a professional of? So what did you Tokyo's just like, and what were you a professional of? Profession.
Talking to people. Bard stuff. Apparently I'm not professional anymore. So she's just she's so salty right now. She's so annoyed.
So, Pixel, at some point during your adventures and talking to various people, you would have come across a rather flamboyant and very, very talkative man named what the fuck name?
Fucking Javier.
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 And I'm about to DM you.
Ooh, let's see.
So
Sorry.
you would have met a very charming and flamboyant Javier Vasquez, and he was one of the people that you met, and he mentioned to you a rather odd dragonborn that he'd met earlier with a tail, which was rather odd.
So after having a small salt fit, she looks up at Zildrath again and says, I don't know what you did, but you made quite an impression on some random dude, kind of loud.
Was his name Javier?
Yes, actually, he used his own name a lot.
We need we need Nathrali to come because we must decide whether we beat the information out of this man or I pay him for it.
But that was just fucking
For the record,
decide if we beat the information.
for the record, when Pixel when Talathe was talking to him, he didn't mention anything about the request or anything. He just mentioned he met a dragonborn with the tail, and that was rather interesting. He did not mention a word about what the request was.
I am personally in favor of beating him because I feel like at some point in his life he probably deserves it.
I think you might be right. But even so, I think he might know something. I don't know how much he might know, but there is knowledge in that man that we must acquire.
There is one tiny, tiny, tiny possibility that a jewelry merchant might have a contact for me, but he could have just been lying to me, and he's one of the ones that probably thinks I'm a whore, but we'll see. I told him where we are.
Should we beat him up as well?
Good. As well.
She just giggles a bit and says, not yet. We'll see. We'll see what he says to me later.
All right. Because Zildrath has a very serious nod. So we wait for Talathe. I will share with you what he told me when we were all at the table.
You're talking to Talathe.
What? You know I don't do names. Fuck, Bud, get your little bitch ass character in here. God damn it.
So Tally gets up.
At that moment, Nathrali just strolls her little drunk ass in and on one of the stools at the bar and orders another mead.
So,
1.
at this point, the drunkenness is starting to wear off.
Yeah, she still wants another mead. I want that charisma bonus, okay?
When Zildas sees her, he will.
I'm not gonna murder you first.
When Zildas sees her, he will get up and he's going to walk over to the bar. He's gonna. You must come to the table. We have important information to tell you.
At that, Mithrali's gonna look at the mead glass that she's currently drinking out of and say, "Let me just get another round for myself, shall I?" And flags down the bartender and orders one more, and then follows Zildath to the table. She's a drunk today.
So that's
Tor is
2
very
drinks
proud.
you got back.
Yes, 2 drinks I got back. Don't judge me.
Okay, and you make a Constitution saving throw.
I knew it was fucking coming. Hess is like, I've been drinking. I'm fucking with you now. I have proficiency on these. God damn it!
Proficiency, you say?
Yeah, I do have proficiency and a +5. So that was a nat fucking 2.
So you suffer 1 level of exhaustion,
Whatever.
which, hold on, let me look up what the exhaustion does. The first level isn't too bad. Exhaustion.
Where
So
are,
for the
Leona
first,
and Devlin?
Leona and Devlin this entire time have just been like chatting with each other, while Tokyo kind of, I'm
Rude.
assuming, probably sits there and tries to ignore them.
No, she's trying to ignore the fact that she's not woods in general.
Okay, so what does exhaustion include?
So the first level of exhaustion is disadvantage on ability checks, which, since you got advantage on, you don't have any advantage or disadvantage on charisma now, but you have disadvantage on everything else.
Unless she takes would a short rest work, or would it have to be a long rest? You're so rude, Peanut.
Normally a long rest, although I think there are ways to make a short rest do it. But
guys, I gotta take the dogs out really quick before husband leaves for work. So if y'all want to take a quick break, now's a good time. I'm so sorry.
I should mention, Tokyo, you do notice that, like, the part of the comforting feel of that robe, it didn't just feel comfortable. It also it almost feels like a piece of home. Like it feels like nature.
Oh, this is gonna be dangerous. Aww.
So like if you were to like if you were to take it out and just kind of even just hold it in your hand, it kind of helps. It helps with that feeling of like being in the city and not being in nature. If you were to take the robe out and hold it, it helps.
Okay,
It's like
good.
your blankie.
A safety blankie.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
it feels like nature.
sitting in the dark corner with the blankie sitting in her lap like it would be a quote unquote cat, and she is just stroking it quietly.
It lays there. It's just a robe. It's or it was a robe when you took it off, right? Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was the monk's robe. So yeah, it's still just the robe, and as you touch it, it's like a little piece of home.
Glad to get out of the city.
Actually, if you really focus, you can almost feel like it shares that feeling. Like it you feel like it's also kind of uncomfortable here in the city, but just you petting it, it's almost like you're comforting it as it comforts you.
I got the crack robe. That's crack.
Get the crack.
Yes. Is she just sitting over there, like, just stroking her robe? Should we be worried about her? Like, is Zildath giving her, like, a strange look right now because she's just sitting there petting her robe?
So long as she doesn't go, my precious, we're fine.
And to be clear, you don't feel a compulsion. Like, you don't feel compelled to do it. It's just when you do it, it's, it feels comforting. And if you let go of it or you put it in your bag or whatever, you don't feel like withdrawal or anything. It's just when you do, like, when you are in contact with it, it feels good.
Okay. So yeah, she's basically just kind of chilling with her creepy ass fucking robe.
Zildath will look over at her and, are you all right?
That's a rhetorical question, right?
No.
I'm as well as can be expected considering I'm cooped up in a city with 100 bajillion, I don't know how many, fragrant individuals. As they poison the river and choke the things, and the woods outside are wrong. Everything is wrong. Stuck here, and I don't know why. With you guys.
We're going to get answers. But if it helps, I also bathed.
I can smell like lavender. I appreciate it.
Speaking of smell, the people that you smelled in the artificer's home, would you recognize that scent anywhere? Was it distinct?
You didn't really get any distinct smell. Like, you couldn't really tell them apart. Like, you feel like maybe if you smelled the exact smell again, you might recognize it, but not enough to, like, track them.
The scents were too old, they were too mingled, is just too much. And not enough at the same time.
I understand.
I mean, if we had gotten here, if we had been resurrected earlier, maybe the same day it would have been better, but it's been almost not even the best actual scent hounds find anyone with that.
All right. It's good to know.
I should say that Jalthe has like one giant cup of tea in front of her. Almost the size of a soup bowl of tea.
Yeah, Take has gone from mead to tea, so she's drinking like some weird spicy minty concoction. Mostly it's pine needles and mint.
Ooh, that's lovely.
Pine needle tea before. It's actually really good.
High in vitamin C. So yeah, she's got She's sitting by the fireplace because that's where she's got her kettle, water boiling off the thing. So she just keeps refilling her glass and sprinkling pine needles in it and shit.
Okay, I'm back. What'd I miss?
Nothing. They're talking
Pine
about
needle
tea.
Let's
and
do
dog
role play.
noses.
Oh. Sorry, Chip was like, I want to poop, but I also want to play.
I mean,
So I'm going to do both at the same time.
Well, you know, dogs.
And then I'm going to get poop stuck to my tail fur. So you better chase me down with the hose. Yay!
yay.
Anywho, now that I'm back. So Nathrali follows Zildath to the table with disadvantage on everything but charisma. And plops her little drunk ass with her glass of her 2 glasses of mead down in a chair right next to Devlin. And kind of leans on him. And continues to double fist it.
So Dildath kind of glances at her, then he looks back at the table. All right, everyone is here. I spoke to a man named Javier.
I'm sorry.
Seriously, I know, it's awesome. I can't even.
I am Javier.
And I spoke to a man named Javier. He's too sexy.
He's so sexy. Oh, hi. I'm sorry. Anyway, continue, Crystal.
It's fine. He claims to be able to get men or different kinds for discrete jobs, the type of jobs that were possibly done to our artificer's home. So we have options. I told him that before I gave him a task such as that, I would require information, and I would revisit him this evening. I can either pay him for this information, or we can beat it out of him. Which would you prefer?
At that, Nathrali is she's gonna turn to Talite, and she's gonna say, I think you could probably persuade him to give us the information, but can I ask you a question first before we decide what we're gonna do to Javi?
Taliga looks you up and down at your current predicament and just says, sure. But I don't know if I want to persuade him anymore. My persuading days today hasn't gone well.
You didn't persuade him specifically, though. You only talked to him.
No, but she talked about like 4 others that didn't go well.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, the dice could be nice to you. At that, Nathrali will take a sip from one of her mead glasses, and she'll say, I had a talk with an urchin boy today, and he mentioned something about a group from a ship that was in town for a wedding.
So at that, she just sighs, and she very impatiently, which is very out of tone with her general attitude, and says, if one more person talks about this fucking wedding, I'm going to be on a ship out of here. Okay?
Nathrali smiles and takes another sip from her glass and says, do you remember a dwarf approaching you at any point that evening?
I was around a dozen dwarves or so. Not to mention I've grown up with dwarves.
Is there one that sticks out to you that might not have been happy with you? That you maybe got in an altercation with on a ship?
At that, you can't tell, but in her mind, all she's getting is just flashback after flashback after flashback after flashback. And the only thing she really says to you in a very hard, focused stare is, I was never on a ship. And she turns back to Zildrath.
Can I do an insight check to see if she's lying? I know I have disadvantage, but
It's true, actually, she was never on a ship.
Well, you
But
can do
she
an
rem-
insight check to see if you believe her.
okay.
It's true, you are drunk.
Does that pass?
Oh.
What did you get?
13 on both.
Would it
Um,
be,
It's 13.
would it be like against my spell save DC? What?
No,
It'd be
I'd
against your
say,
deception and you'd have to roll for it.
well, roll either deception or persuasion,
Okay. So that'd be.
depending on whether it's true or false.
Well, I mean, if she's not lying, then it wouldn't be persuasion.
Yeah, that's why he said
Yeah.
deception or persuasion, depending on
Yeah,
if it's true or false.
I'm not specifying if it's either deception or persuasion. It depends if it's true or false.
Oh shit!
Wow.
26.
Okay, so she's absolutely telling the truth.
Mhm.
And after
As
she
far as,
spoke, she just turned herself in the stool to look in Zildrath's direction.
Nithrali's gonna sip her mead and she's gonna say, you do better with persuading people than you do with beating them. Especially when there are people that work on the docks. And she's gonna finish off one of the glasses of mead, set it on the table, and proceed to start drinking the other one. And she's going to lean more heavily into Devlin.
Her face was just so stony. It's like all the expression in her normally upbeat face just like zapped out, and she has a very neutral look.
So Zildath is kind of going to look between the two of them for a moment. He's going to clear his throat. All right. If we wish
We
to...
could kill the dwarf.
He's going to look over at Nethrali with a kind of, what?
And she's not going to say anything because it wasn't meant for her. It was meant for Talthea.
Perhaps we could focus on Javier for a moment.
And she's going to take another sip from her mead and she's going to say, again, you do better with persuasion than you do with beating people that work on the docks.
I'll tell you what, with, this motley crew, I will try and persuade this man, and if that does not work, if he doesn't believe me or doesn't catch on to my wily ways, Zildrath will tear his arms off and beat him with it. How about that?
There is also the third option. Though I live the life of a monk and I do not have much gold, do we want to simply pay this man?
How much gold does he want?
For information, I don't know.
Then no, we persuade him or we beat him.
Are we all in agreement then?
Yes, and if he wants gold, we figure out how much he wants and we'll bluff and figure something else out.
You're a bard. I'm sure you can play.
You have experience with this, Talithe.
That I do, and if needed, I can earn us gold. I've done it before.
Very well then. He
That's
tells
how I
you.
afford
He tells you, or we beat him. It is done.
food.
This evening, when you go back to see him, we want to know who broke in to our artificer's home. We will find those men, and we will beat information out of them as well.
Nithrali is going to know that beating someone would not sit well with Devlin. And she's going to reach up and she's going to start petting him. And she's going to say, as she takes a sip from her glass of wine, or mead, sorry. And she's going to say, I think it would be best if you stayed here this evening. Don't you?
So Devlin, who hasn't really been paying attention, he's just been talking with Leanna the whole time. He looks over like, huh? What?
At that, Neutrali is going to smile and say, I think you and Leanna should stay here this evening while we go out and look for more information.
Okay. It takes another bite of his food.
She'll smile. And she'll flag down the bartender and order more food for him rather than more mead for herself. And she'll just start slowly sipping on the glass of mead that she has left because she knows she's not going to order anymore.
Tell me, Zildrath, is this man, Javier, is he expecting to see you or me tonight?
Well, I think he's expecting to see everything.
He's expecting to see me, but there is no reason why you could not go in my stead. I simply told him that I would come back to him this evening with the information I requested him to acquire. In these matters, it is not uncommon for me to have sent someone in my stead, as if he wasn't worth my time, which is the impression that I was attempting to give him.
No, that's smart. Smart, actually.
At that, Nethrali is going to perk up and say, yes, but a bard wouldn't be worth his time either. She is much too refined for him. So unfortunately, I think you're going to have to rough yourself up a little bit.
Maybe not, though, because he, if I'm not mistaken, has already spoken to you, has he not?
Well, so she kind of rubs the back of her neck a little bit and kind of says, well, when I was doing my own thing, trying to figure stuff out, I did my same routine that I did with the rest of the merchants, and he's already under the impression that I like him. So
This is less work, yes. Talithe, are you sure you want to do this? Because I don't mind beating this man.
I don't mind, because if I'm unsuccessful, I will be very happy knowing that you will be beating this man.
Agreed.
Thrally is just going to crack up and hide her face in Devlin's arm and just laugh and laugh and laugh.
I am plotting and I am excited. I'm so excited.
It is settled then. I am hungry and I must pray. He's going to get up from the table and go to the buffet.
Nithrali is going to look at Talithe and say, do you need me this evening then? Or are you fine on your own?
She looks at her and she smiles. It's a genuine smile, and she says, no, I think I'm alright. I'm out of practice and I could use the practice.
Zilnath is going to come back over to the table with a plate of food, and he's going to say, Tokia can shapeshift. Is it possible that we could have someone there with you in case things go wrong? Like he wouldn't notice a cat or a dog or even a bird. I don't know what you can shapeshift into.
Dire Wolf is the only thing at this current level. She can only have one form.
He don't know that.
Mastiff, yeah.
No,
He don't know that.
She can be anything CR.
One.
What's here? CR1 or lower?
Yeah, I think it's CR1 and lower because I took the
Yeah, that's the thing that lets you be higher CR.
yeah. So pretty much, if I can think of it, and it's a CR1, a challenge rating of 1, then I can do it.
So basically anything dire wolf or weaker.
So like a cat or a dog would be fine.
Oh, absolutely. Just direwolf is like the strongest thing that she can become, but
Yeah.
anything weaker than that, yeah. But not flying yet or swimming, I think.
No, that's
Not-
swimming
Yeah, I
is
think that's
level
CR2.
4.
Yeah. Well, I think flying and swimming she can't do until a certain level. I don't remember what.
Yeah, I can't swim until level 4, or I think it's 2 or 4, and I can't fly until like level 10 or some shit. Some fancy numbers.
Fancy. So the
Right
question
now, I
stands.
needed those.
So Zildath is looking at Takia to see if she can do some stuff.
Taka just raises an eyebrow. She's like, "Yeah, you saw me transform into a dog." She takes a sip of her tea. So
At that, Nathrali will take another sip of her mead, and she'll say, "A cat would be less suspicious on the docks because they usually have them there to chase the rats."
And people throw fish at them.
That's smart.
Also true.
Although I think Takia would be most displeased if someone threw a fish at her. They smell.
at least fish smell natural.
So Tauthe reaches into her bag that she was carrying, and she says, "Well, I best get ready." And she pulls out a little container about the size of maybe a coaster or small coaster. She opens it, starts applying red lipstick.
Noticing that, Nathrali is going to look at her and say, "Do you have a disguise kit then?"
No, I lost it with my last job.
Nathrali will nod in understanding, and she'll think of the dwarf again, but she won't say anything else. She'll just finish her glass of mead and get up from the table to get a glass of water, returning both of the cups that she'd already used.
Suddenly, she sits straight up and she looks at Zildrath and looks at Devlin and even looks up at the barkeep, and she suddenly shouts, "All right, men, should I wear my hair down or up? You choose."
Nathrali is going to shake her head.
Zildath is choked on his food. A touch. He is eating. He is just going to give her the most "I don't fucking know" expression.
What sort of witchcraft is this question?
Yeah.
So she then looks at the barkeep and she says to him, "If you're looking for a beautiful lass that you want to share an evening with, do you want her hair to be up or down?"
Yeah, he kind of raises a brow at you, like pauses whatever he's cleaning, and Miss, if a woman wanted to spend the night with me, I wouldn't care. It just goes back to cleaning the
Yes.
glass.
And she,
When you met him, was your hair up or down?
it was down.
Then leave it down. Clearly, he likes your hair down.
It's just shocking. Normally men are so opinionated. Damn.
Oh, for the love of Talos.
So she just takes out her hairbrush and starts fluffing it.
Kake stands up, grabs her pitcher of her tea pitcher and her cup, and looks significantly at Tauthe and is like, "I'm going to my room. Let me know before you leave, so I can wish you luck." And then she just walks up the stairs.
And turn into a
Well, yeah, that's why she's going upstairs, so it's less obvious that there's a druid skulking around the streets as a cat.
I think we have the shady plan. Shady plan is awesome.
This is awesome.
Well, I mean, she's also got to maximize because she's got an hour of cat life.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
the quicker they get this done, i.e., instead of going to a room and changing and hopping out the window and waiting outside for Talathay to get ready, Talathay's on her way and she changes and she can tail her up there, and it's less time as a cat.
Right.
Yeah, Talathay is she's brushing out her hair. She has a tiny mirror that she's using to make sure there's not one speck of dirt on her face or anywhere on her clothing. And she even has a tiny, tiny bottle of perfume that she sprays around herself.
Zildas sneezes. He looks at Talathay. He says, "Do you intend to bring him somewhere? I stand out, and it will be difficult to trail you."
Yeah, so Take is upstairs and she is literally ripped off and put on her onesie of doom or whatever the fuck it is. Which now becomes her
Protection.
armor. Yes, her onesie of protection.
Okay, so you're now wearing the armor instead of the robe instead of the armor?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's gonna be a cat.
All right.
I assume it's gonna be more flexible for that than the armor.
Yeah.
I assume. I may be wrong. I don't know.
You'll find out.
Yeah.
Scientific method, you got to test it.
Hess is evil. It's awesome.
Yeah.
It is evil. Now we're seeing. I mean, he did kill us.
That's
To
true.
start with.
So is this a good place to pause?
Yeah, if you need a break, just be, or for pause for a break or pause for to end.
Next time.
I think it would be a to be continued until next time.
It's like a good
Alright.
cliffhanger. Talathay's primming herself up ready for some interesting stuff.
I want to know what happened.
That's why it's a good cliffhanger.
No.
I am going to hit the stop button. I'm going to hit it. I've hit it. I've pressed it.
Hi, this is Tokia. I hope you enjoyed this episode of Dia Di Muerto, and don't forget to drop a like, leave us a comment, and subscribe. Oh yeah, and click that bell icon too so you can get notified as soon as the next episode drops. Thank you.
And you all hear kind of a explosion of kind of a splat as a glyph of acid detonates